All right. Hello, everybody. So I don't know all of you. I know some of you. I have the pleasure of being Deborah's daughter. So Alexis Thompson here. I'm not quite Deborah, but I'm close. So I have the pleasure today of introducing you guys to the founders of EmpowHER. And so I will start with my mom. Just to give you guys, for those that don't know Deborah as well, a little bit of background. I have always looked up to my mom for her tenacity, her drive, and the most beautiful thing about my mom is she has an idea, she's going to make it happen. And I have several stories throughout my childhood where I can attest to this. A couple examples I'll share with you. The first, when I was a little girl, she had this idea. I want to teach modeling classes, and it wasn't about the print or the runway or commercials. It was about teaching little girls self-confidence and aspiring to be whatever they dreamed to be. She had an idea. She made it happen. Years and years of classes. Some very famous people you may know, Brooklyn Decker, Aisha Curry, took my mom's classes that she dreamed up and went on to do wonderful things. In addition to that, she said, you know what, Lexi? I think I want to have a TV show. And I said, really? Have you ever done TV before? Well, not really, but I'm going to make it happen. And many of you here helped support the Deborah Kennedy Show. 20 years, congratulations. My mom had a dream. She made it happen. I really think about very similar story to this event. So she's never hosted an event like this before, and she said, I have this idea. I want to have an event that's all about empowerment, and most importantly, empowering women. In my day job, I work for Truist Bank. I'm the head of Enterprise Issues Management. As a younger, senior female leader at the bank, empowering other women is more important than ever, and really being able to have that relationship and trust and bond with other females and pushing them up and making them successful because their success is your success is what empowerment's all about. So I'm so excited to hear from all the wonderful speakers today, and I'm so proud of my mom because once again, she had an idea and she made it happen. So introducing Deborah Kennedy. Love you. All right, and I've got another founder to introduce you to, and this is Valerie. So when I started hearing about Valerie, my mom said, I'm gonna do this event and I need a co-founder. And some of the words that she used to describe Valerie were she's very loyal, driven, creative, hardworking, and most important, she's a bestie. And so many of you are besties out here too. Valerie is the founder of We Wellness, and she is a trailblazer in the wellness industry. Starting with yoga, she expanded her passion into a full spectrum of well-being and everything from mental to environmental health. She is committed to assisting others in living their best life through mindfulness, exploration, and education. And as one of the fabulous founders of EmpowHER, she is bringing together powerful women to empower each other. Welcome, Valerie.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I wrote a little story. She's logistics. Yeah, exactly. So once upon a time, two friends got together and decided to create an event that would inspire and uplift women. They called this event EmpowHER. And as the journey unfolded, it became clear that this was no ordinary event. This event was about overcoming obstacles, juggling the overwhelming pressure to be the best at all things, and rising from the ashes when you've reached your lowest point, hence the sparkly phoenix. As more women joined this endeavor, the EmpowHER community grew, including you sitting here. I encourage you to be present today, to enjoy this community, and to allow yourself to receive from this event exactly what you need. I would be remiss if I failed to mention the members of our community who couldn't join us today due to Helene. Many of you have been part of our journey from the start. Please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers, and we as an EmpowHER community are with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. So we know none of this would be possible without sponsors. And we have two amazing sponsors. And the first one I'm going to introduce, he's very special to me. He knows a little bit about women's empowerment. He's a great story that started his career many years ago trying to find himself. He did not have anyone in the medical field in his family. It was something that he just decided that was a dream for him. He started a small little practice in Greenville, South Carolina, the founding partner. And then when he found out that this was his true passion and the difference it made in people's lives, that he wanted to change the spectrum of women, their feelings, and their joy. His practice is Preg. A lot of you, he's got some fans here from Greenville, but he's a person that not only practices what he preaches, but he has a heart as big as Texas. He is compassionate, he's understanding, and he's very patient. And he happens to be my fiance, Dr. John Nichols.
All right. Oh, great. Well, thank you, of course. And honestly, one of the luckiest guys around. I mean, this gal is great, and I love her to death. And speaking of that, I think I'm probably the only guy that's going to get up here and say anything, so to keep that in point. But I think, you know, I'm a little qualified for this. I've spent, 30 years initially starting as an obstetrician gynecologist and then infertility specialist. So I've worked with a lot of women and been through and seen, you know, the drive, the tenacity, the determination of women, especially in the infertility field, which is so dear to me, of what you do to get where you want, to have that child, to have that family. And it's incredible journeys that you go through, and you work with these women and walk with them through this journey. And, you know, I used to think that, let's say that you put this job on Indeed or LinkedIn saying, hey, we need a person who for 9 months is going to gain about 20, 30 pounds, get very moody and bloated and nauseated, and then you have to go push out some 7 or 8 pound creature. And then take care of it. And I'm thinking, how many people sign up for that job? I mean, you know, really, but guess what? You women, it's incredible. I see it and I'm like, wow, you do it. And, you know, and I also think about the equality. You know, if you think about tasks that men can do, I mean, women can do every task basically that a man can do. But your superpower is you have this ability to take a life, grow it, nurture it, develop it, and bring it to the world, right? All of us are here because of a woman. I mean, that's important. Now, that doesn't take men out of the thing. We're there, but I mean, I'm just saying, in general, that's it. Because let's be honest, if men were tasked with having children, we probably wouldn't even have this meeting in here, right? It wouldn't be a big thing. But I think that's important. But I also want to say that doesn't also define a woman having a child. That's not true, because you don't have to have that. Some women choose not to. But I think what that superpower you have gives you is the other things that go along with that. And I think that's the nurturing, the protective nature of women, the gentle and kindness that women have. It's all part of that package. And I mean, let's think about it. If women had been running this world, I think we'd have a whole different setup, right? So anyway, I'm happy to be a sponsor here. Women are obviously very dear to my heart. I take care of them every day. So thank you.
Good. Woo! He is not just another pretty face. So about a year ago, when I decided that this was something, an event that I wanted to partake of, there was one person that I called first. And I wanted to run it by her, because she is a person that lifts others up. She is my do or die. She is someone that always encourages other women, that always takes the extra measure and the extra step, even for when I was having a moment with panicked weather. Did anybody see the video she made yesterday about the rain? Like, she is the most creative, the most inspiring person that I've ever met. So when I threw the idea to her, kind of the same as Ramona, she said, I would love to be part of this event. However, it cannot be fluff. It has to be real life stuff. It has to be moments that make a difference in our lives. Moments that when we leave today, it's great to have all the fluff and all the gratis and all this stuff, your swag bags. But what she really wants, and that I really want, and we partnered together on this, and Ramona and Jesse, is that these are life-changing moments. If it only touches one person in this audience today, then guess what? Our purpose has been measured, and it made a difference. And that's what we all want today. Now, this powerhouse is probably somebody that, who knows Dr. Kara Criswell? Who has seen her loyalty? Okay, all this is great, but who has witnessed her talks? All right, a few of us here, the staff. Well, I'm just going to tell you, she's a leader in her field. She is one of the top % of women, and we know all that about her, but what she's going to do today is something very different. She said, I don't want to talk about plastic surgery. That's not something I want to address today. So I'm going to tell you that she is a speaker that I knew that would come out, and she has worked. Who saw her little video on talks? Anybody seen that? Because we're getting ready to see it. Maestro, we're going to start that. So I want to show you a little clip of this amazing, world-renowned doctor that I get to call my very best friend. And I have been inspired by her and touched by her life. And today, everyone that doesn't know who she is, she will be a household name. Shall we show that video?
Hey, what are you doing?
We're going to talk.
What you doing, Mom?
We're going to talk.
What talk?
It's a talk for the EmpowHER event.
What's it going to be about?
Well, it's going to be about...
See, it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader.
Pretty. Thank you. So you agree? What? You think you're really pretty?
Also,
Are those real?
Are you crazy? That's... No matter where you point on me, the answer's no. But
if we show emotion, we're called dramatic. If we want to play against men, we're nuts.
It's like, if I fail, it's no big deal. If something don't work out, I'm not afraid of failure.
Anybody can get to their feet and say, hey, Matt, I want a standing ovation, and no matter what we're doing, we will stop it and give it to you right there.
And I think that's when we're at our best, when we support each other, not when we cancel each other out for past mistakes, but when we help each other to grow, when we educate each other, when we guide each other towards redemption. That is the best of humanity.
God made us in her image, and that girl ain't got no shame. I love my body, I love it all.
So that's what it's about.
Woo! And may I introduce Dr. Kara Criswell.
Good morning, everybody. We're all appreciative of you being here, making it through the hurricane. I know a lot of people were unable to come today, and so I really appreciate you avoiding the downed trees and potentially not having power, so thank you for being here. My name is Kara Criswell. I have to tell you, I'm really honored and a little surprised to be on this panel of influential and powerful speakers. And public speaking is not my jam, so I'm gonna keep my little papers with me if that's okay, just so I don't mess up. I mean, I'm not Ramona. I'm not a universally recognized radio host who had her vivacious personality turned on for hours every day to make her guests and audience feel heard and appreciated. I'm not Jessie. I'm not the courageous survivor of life-altering trauma who turned that incident into a powerful platform to encourage others through personal coaching or public speaking events. I'm not Anna. I'm not a brilliant lawyer who skillfully guides her clients through emotionally charged and often painful challenges of legal proceedings. And I'm not Helene. I'm not a patient, sympathetic, and empathetic psychologist who gracefully cares for her patients through all walks of life. I'm just a plastic and reconstructive surgeon. But I work with and work for women every day. Being a responsible plastic surgeon means I have to treat the whole individual, and it requires a lot of mutual trust. So, I need to be emotionally available to my patients and understand the psychological aspects surrounding the reason for coming to see me. As an owner of a medical practice and surgical center, I must understand and adhere to the strict legal procedures and guidelines for proper care and safety. I have to be meticulous with reviewing their medical health and be part of their journey through sometimes life-changing diagnoses and treatments. And I try to present my patients and team with positive enthusiasm. I attempt to be on all day, and some days are easier than others. All of us have something to contribute here today, and that is something to celebrate. I'd like to start by celebrating our amazing organizers, and I hope that all of you will participate when I ask. Deborah, Valerie, can you come here? Come here. Where's Valerie? All right. So first, if anyone who is here because one of their friends convinced them to come, will you please stand up? Will you please stand up? Someone convinced you? All right, look at this. This is nice. Look at all these good friends. That's awesome. Please stay standing. If you are here because you watched Deborah's TV show or follow her on social media, will you please stand up? Okay? All right, now I'm going to ask something else. If you are here because Deborah or Valerie have positively affected your life in some way, you walked out of a yoga or meditation class feeling renewed, if you've been on the receiving end of the and been better for it, if you're excited about just being here, I want you to clap. Start clapping. Clap. Everybody. Look at that. A standing ovation, right? A standing ovation. Who wouldn't like a standing ovation? All right. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. You guys can sit down. Thank you. So, you know when you're having a conversation with someone and your mind just kind of wanders off a little bit? Like, anyone have that happen? Do you do that? Like, full on having a detailed conversation with someone and you just start thinking about something completely off topic? Like, you're still smiling and nodding, participating in a conversation, but actually your mind is on something else, like, oh, these shoes really hurt. Did I remember to put deodorant on today? You know, you're thinking all these things, and then suddenly you realize there's been a pause in the conversation. You realize you've just been asked to do something, and you were going to have to say yes, even though you weren't sure what you're saying yes to, because you weren't paying enough attention beforehand to derail whatever that question is you're going to have to say yes to. Well, here I am. I said yes. Now, that is not entirely true. because I would do anything that Deborah would ask of me. I take pride in supporting my friends. I come from the crazy in me honors the crazy in you mentality, okay? If you're my friend and you have a passion, the strength to stand out, stand alone, possibly looking ridiculous, being the leader of your personal circus, I will support you. I will follow you. I will be your first follower. You're starting a breast cancer foundation and want me to put on spandex and dance in front of hundreds of people? Sure. You have a new band that has never played in public. I'll book your first gig. You're planning an event and want me to be the opening speaker. Why not? I'll be your first follower. A while back, one of my friends sent me a TED Talk called How to Start a Movement. You've seen a little bit of it with that clip. The author and artist, Derek Sievers, narrates over a shaky video of some dancing dude. It's only 3 minutes long. It's fantastic. I recommend you see it. The video opens onto a field where people are kind of milling about, lounging, whatever. But in the distance, there's this one guy. There's this one lone nut dancing all by himself, having the greatest time. Is there actually music playing? Maybe, but what he's doing looks fun. He's clearly having fun. And his flailing dance moves are easy to follow. Then a second guy walks up and joins him and starts dancing with him. The lone nut enthusiastically embraces his new follower, his first follower. And now they're having fun together. Seems easy, right? But you see, that second guy took a chance. People were making fun of the lone nut. I mean, that's why they started taking the video anyway. But that first follower joined him anyway. Choosing to be the first follower is risky. You might be ridiculed yourself. As Derek Sievers says, the most important thing that happened is this first follower transformed the lone nut into a leader. Being a first follower, you're giving credibility to the actions of that leader. And the people that care about you, the first follower, will now follow. They aren't necessarily following the leader, they're following you. So what you do, how you embrace and celebrate those who join this new movement dictates its success. A lot of you in this room are first followers. I and a lot of you are here for Deborah. Sorry, I'm dry. You aren't necessarily, we have Valerie's first followers, we have Ramona's, we have Anna's, we have Helene's, we have Jesse's. All of you who at some point decided to dance with these lone nuts, these incredible and influential women, thank you for being here. You helped start a movement. When Deborah asked me to speak here today, I agreed, but with one condition. I was not going to talk about plastic surgery. Well, at least not the usual topics that I talk with her about on her show. I'm not speaking here today to encourage anyone to have plastic surgery, okay? What I wanted to talk about was the unique perspective I have as someone who, by nature of my profession, is privy to the insecurities of a lot of women. Every day, my patients make the decision to trust me, not only to listen to them talk about something that makes them feel insecure, but then, whatever that insecurity is, they have to show it to me. This has a potential to be an emotional process, placing the patient in a vulnerable position, and I take that very seriously. Because I have to walk a fine line between acknowledging that I can see what their concerns are and reassuring them that while I can see whatever it is not as bad as they think it is. We are all our own worst critics, right? I mean, there's no objective finding that is independent of personal satisfaction. What I do as a plastic surgeon, aside from trauma and immediate reconstruction, is elective. What I'm being asked to do in most situations is to take a perfectly normal, healthy person and try to make them better to them. It's important to impart to the patient that while there may be something that can be done to change the thing that they're insecure about, they are beautiful as they are, and that change is not necessary. That's the philosophy of our practice, and we take pride in it. I'm going to tell you a story. Several years ago, my friend Lisa invited me to a wine tasting dinner at the home of a very prominent member of the Charlotte community. Now, Lisa had known this gentleman for a long time. They were good friends, but I did not know him at all. And to say that my husband and I were fish out of water at this posh event would be an understatement. So I personally was already feeling a little insecure about being there. The house was gorgeous. I was having a hard time even making small talk with the other guests because I couldn't stop staring at all the beautiful artwork displayed throughout the house. We were eventually ushered single file down this low-ceilinged, uneven stone staircase into his personal wine cellar. The room looked like a miniature grotto from the Playboy Mansion. Cut into the rock were these rows and rows of backlit vertical wine racks filled with hundreds of bottles of wine. In the center of the room was this large oval table, and the 12 of us were seated around it. I was directly across from the table from our host and his girlfriend. There was a guest to my left, and Lisa and my husband were to my right. Well, the wine was amazing. I'd never tasted anything like it, and I had very little to contribute to the discussions about the different vintages. I was basically trying not to look and sound like a total idiot. At some point in the conversation, a joke was made about whether or not we would all be able to safely make it back up that narrow stone staircase after drinking all this wine. The host then said, well, at least we have doctors with us who can patch us up if we fall, and gestured to my husband and I. The man next to me said, you're a doctor? What kind of doctor are you? And when I told him, he asked incredulously, really? Yes. You? Yep. You are a plastic surgeon? Yes. Now, I will say, despite his questioning, I do not feel his intention was to be condescending or sexist. He just seemed genuinely surprised and impressed. Then, the host's girlfriend cleared her throat, leaned forward, rested her elbows on the table, looked me in my eyes, and loudly asked, how do you live with yourself, preying on people's insecurities all day, every day? So everyone in the wine cave turned and looked at me. With anticipation, I felt my face flush. I started to sweat more than I already was sweating. The first thing I did was take a deep breath. The second thing I did was clamp my hand on Lisa's thigh, physically restraining her from coming over the table at that woman because they were going to throw down. That was it. She was going to kill her. Anyway, I stammered some response about how that isn't how we treat our patients. Most people come in with concerns about the one thing that bothers them, that our goal is to improve our patients' confidence, not erode it, that I do a lot of breast reconstruction surgery, whatever. It didn't matter. Nobody was listening. The interest was gone because I did not retaliate. That woman did not have a problem with the field of plastic surgery, nor did she have a problem with having plastic surgery. Clearly. She had a problem with me being a plastic surgeon. She had a problem with me getting attention. Not because of who I was or who I was dating or what I looked like, but because of my career. Why? Why did she care? Why did this stranger feel it necessary to belittle me? And, well, her own insecurities were driving her actions. She needed to empower herself by disempowering me. We as women need to stop this kind of behavior. We are better than this. We all have our insecurities and anxieties and self-doubt, and we do not need to treat our interactions with others as competitions. Listen, there's always going to be someone smarter, prettier, more fit, more successful, better than us at whatever. You know what? We are going to be smarter, prettier, more fit, more successful than someone else. And here's another thing to know. There may be something about yourself that you are super insecure about, that you really dislike about yourself right now, at this moment, there is someone that would love to have that thing that you hate about yourself. That thing, the thing you hate, is someone else's ideal goal. Again, I'm not encouraging anyone to have plastic surgery, absolutely not. What I am advocating is that we support each other on our journeys of self-improvement. Often people can get a lot of blowback for even considering plastic surgery. Frequently, who the patient is closest to is the most dismissive of their insecurities. When someone comes in for a consultation, the first thing I ask them to do is to describe what it is that they're concerned about. Now, sometimes that can get a little tricky, like when someone says, "Oh, I hate my neck." What do you hate about your neck? What do I hate about my neck? I hate this about my neck. I have my mother's neck. And who do you think is sitting next to them in the consultation room? Yes, their mother, yes. Sometimes our patients are made to feel selfish or stupid or vain by their inner circle because they're electing to try to improve their appearance. This is incredibly disempowering and negates our patients' joy and excitement both before and after surgery. Now, why would you do that to somebody that you care about? Why wouldn't you be supportive of a choice that could improve their confidence? Well, often the critics have their own insecurities and feel that if their friend or their sister or their mother looks good, it will somehow detract from their appearance. We have to stop this. We have to stop body shaming, shaming of any type on every level. Another person's success doesn't take anything away from us. In fact, celebrating for someone or with someone allows you to be a part of the positivity of their success. Be generous with your celebration. Be genuine with your compliments. If you think it, if you see it, if you feel it, say it. Who's good at receiving compliments? Like, totally comfortable with getting a compliment? So you can just like say, "Thank you," and move on. Like, that's amazing. Not me. No, I can't do that. Compliments make me feel uncomfortable. And because of my discomfort, I had been hesitant to give compliments. In my mind, I would be making someone else uncomfortable if I complimented them. And I was terrible about saying out loud all the great things I was thinking about people. I'm better about it now, still improving, but better. And I finally learned how to give a compliment from my son. I have two amazing kids, Jack and Wyatt, and I am extremely proud of these two humans. There is nothing more that I love than being their mom. But nothing, and I mean nothing, has taught me more about self-doubt and humility than being a mother. I have had and continue to have too many mommy fails to enumerate. I once sent my youngest son to kindergarten in Spider-Man pajamas. Was it pajama day? No, it was not. Was it the day before or after pajama day? Also no. It was not even the right week. Since that day, I have had to show him in writing the Spirit Week costume assignments. Wyatt, when was the last time you did that? You asked me to show you in writing. Yes, last week. He is 14, okay? Anyway, Wyatt started giving out compliments when he was around 2 years old. He'd be in his stroller, he would lean over the snack tray and holler out, "I like your hat. Your dress is pretty. Your dog is so fluffy." He would have something for everyone we passed all the time. And the responses were enlightening. Everyone smiled. Everyone lit up. Everyone engaged. Nobody was uncomfortable. They just smiled and said thank you with joy. It was awesome. Now, why did he get this response? Well, He's a pretty cute kid. But it's because he was completely unself-conscious and genuine with his compliments. If a little kid says they like something, you know they mean it, because they will also tell you in no uncertain terms if they think something sucks, okay? So a 4-year-old doesn't have ulterior motives. So I started trying to be more like a little kid with my compliments. Frequent, random, sometimes oddly specific, but always genuine. You never know when even the smallest acknowledgement, the weirdest compliment, might be exactly what someone needs right at that moment. That little compliment might feel like a standing ovation. I have another story for you. It was orientation week at my university, so only freshmen were on campus, and there were daily activities that they had planned for us to try to distract us from the nervousness about being away from home, being surrounded by strangers, and upcoming classes. One of the mandatory group activities that all of us had to attend was run by PlayFair. PlayFair is a company started by 2 guys, Matt Weinstein and Joel Goodman. This company runs workshops which, according to their website, works with students to create a special kind of supportive environment for each other. Think team building, like back-to-back dancing, trust falls. It sounds awful, right? But it wasn't. It was actually incredibly inclusive and fun. The kickoff activity was called Standing Ovation. The activity leader stood in front of the huge crowd with a megaphone. He said, "If anyone is feeling nervous about being away from home, please stand up." Some people stood up. "If anyone is feeling insecure about not knowing anyone here, will you please stand up?" A lot more people stood up. Then he did the unthinkable. He said, "If anyone feels like they need a little extra support right now, will you please come up front and stand next to me?" And they did. Like 7 people got up and stood up next to him, right there in front of the whole freshman class, and stood next to the leader with a megaphone. The guy said to the rest of us, "Okay, these future friends of yours are struggling. They need to feel some love. So I want all of you standing out there in the crowd who stood because you feel nervous or insecure, I want you to start clapping. Start clapping. I want you to give these brave people up here who admitted they needed some help, give them the most incredible, thunderous standing ovation." And we did. We clapped so hard and so long, the guy had to tell us to stop. It was awesome. The guy turned to the students next to him and asked, "How did that feel? Didn't that feel good, right?" They were all nodded and high-fiving and smiling, going back to their seats in the crowd. And then the leader said something else that to me at the time sounded like the most ridiculous thing I had ever heard. He said, "We're going to be doing a bunch of fun activities, lots of fun stuff, lots of goofy and uncomfortable stuff. We're going to really get to know each other. But at any point, at any time during the remainder of the session, anyone can stand up and say, 'I want a standing ovation.' And no matter what, we are all going to give them one. And I mean, we're going to give them the most spectacular standing ovation they have ever heard. But the one rule is when you ask for it, you have to be really big with your asking. We all have to hear it. We have to know that you want one." We all nodded in agreement. And in my mind, I was thinking, there is absolutely no way anyone is ever going to really do that. Nobody's going to ask for a standing ovation. That's so dumb. So we continued on with the various team building activities, which, as promised, were both goofy and weird, and also a lot of fun. But every so often, "I want a standing ovation," would echo out over the crowd. And we would immediately stop everything, stand up, and applaud. It happened pretty frequently at the beginning of the day, and everyone was totally into it. But as the day went on, even hours later, there continued to be people who would stand up and yell out for their personal standing ovation. And they got it. It was those individuals, those late in the game people, whose bravery I was awed by. They believed in the process. They believed that we all had our insecurities and anxieties. They believed that our encouraging enthusiasm hadn't waned. They believed that they could ask for our support and we would unequivocally give it. And that really stuck with me. And it has been a long time since I was a freshman in college. Now, it is easy to ask for support when what you're battling with is fresh. And it's easy to support someone at the beginning of their struggle. But what we need to learn how to do when we are struggling is to be brave enough to ask for help once the dust has settled. And also, we need to learn to check in with our people who are still battling late in the game. That is when they may need that spectacular standing ovation. You know, sometimes we can be superwoman. It's true. We have a great day at work. Our house is clean. Our kids, husband or partner is happy. Our hair looks good. We got the best gift for our best friend. We've just made someone laugh out loud until they cried. The cape is flowing, right? But we can't be superwoman all of the time. We can try to be and do everything for everyone, all while looking fabulous. But at some point, we will fail. But exposing our failures, our weaknesses, our insecurities is truly the only effective way of developing authentic relationships. We can just be real. We can celebrate the successes of others because our success is not dependent on someone else failing. That is a lie fed to us by society, and we women are now too smart to believe it. We need to support the ones we love in their efforts to try to improve confidence in themselves in whatever manner they choose. Embrace your crazy. Embrace your friend's crazy. Just roll with it. Praise the beauty inside and out of others. It doesn't make us any less beautiful. Be generous with genuine compliments. Be like a kid with our compliments. Applauding others doesn't diminish our own talent. Let's empower the ones we love. Let's empower those we believe in. Let's be enthusiastic first followers. And let's start a movement today. Thank you. Oh, sure. Yep.
So we want this, oh my gosh, was that motivational, inspiring, touching? I had tears in my eyes 3 times. Like that, this is what we're talking about. Someone who digs deep, someone who shares, someone who loves, and someone who lifts up. You are amazing, my friend. You started a movement. So we want everything to be, I love that, a movement. You started a movement. Oh. And that's why I love her. We want this to be very interactive. And part of being interactive is asking questions that perhaps we're in a small, very, very small group here that we're all besties today. Who loves to hear me say besties, right? So we want you, if you have questions, if you don't, great. After each speaker, we're going to open the floor up for 2 or 3 questions. So if there's something personal you want to know, if there's something that she talked about that you would like a little more Q&A on, and this is our opportunity. No worries if not. Yes, I'll take our first question. Sharon Saunders.
Thank you for your speech. What drew you to reconstructive surgery as a career?
My grandmother was diagnosed with breast cancer in her 50s. And at that time, the treatment for breast cancer was a radical mastectomy. And what a radical mastectomy involves is not only just taking the breast, it's taking all the skin of that chest wall near the breast, including the muscles, and then having to skin graft over that defect. And my grandmother was beautiful. She was so beautiful. And she was always perfectly put together. Her hair and nails done. She always had birthday cards sent out at the right time. Like, I don't know how she did it. She was amazing. But she spent her entire life trying to cover up that defect. Like, she would have to choose different bathing suits or different dresses or whatever to try to cover up this huge defect that she had. And so to me, to be able to never have someone have to deal with that we could reconstruct that aspect of someone that needed to be reconstructed after a cancer diagnosis. It's where my heart is.
Thank you. I just want to say at the beginning, did she say she was not a public speaker? Sister, your path has changed. Any other questions? Anything for Dr. Kara? Right over here? Yes, ma'am. She does all our social media, girl. Julia!
Woo, Julia.
Hi. So you are an incredible wife and mother, but you also have an incredible career. How do you do it all?
So I think the thing is I don't, okay? Like, I actually don't. Like, I really do have so many people that help me. I have my husband help me. I have my team help me. I mean, I need, like, Patty to tell me where I'm going on a daily basis, and Carol runs the practice for us, and I mean, the house gets dirty, the dogs they smell, you know, but what I think I try to do is whatever I'm doing, I try to be there 100%. So if I'm at work, I'm 100% at work. If my patients need me, I'm 100% there for my patients. But if my kids need me, if there is something that I need to do for them, I'm 100% with my children or family when I'm there. My friends, I'm right there. Now, yes, I might wander off with that conversation, but if there is someone who needs me to follow or needs me to support them, that's where I get my joy. I'm an active service kind of person. So I think that that's the only way to really try to do it all, is kind of do it all at different times and not try to do it all the time.
Speaking of active service and leadership, I do want to acknowledge our platinum sponsor and all your team, because when you lead, they follow. Can the whole team from Criswell stand up? Dr. Brian Criswell, Wyatt, and the whole team. Like, that is support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kara. Love you, girl.
Thank you. Love you.
One more standing ovation.
Oh, no, come on. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Our next speaker is quite amazing. I don't know if you follow a lot of our EmpowHER social media, but she just got back from a Paralympics. She's amazing. Our social media director, Julia, first told me about Jessie, and I was in awe of just her social media. And then she has a facility up in Lake Norman that I toured, and I was just blown away by the power of this woman. She's a mindset coach and travels the country. She's an entrepreneur. She's founder of Will With Me Foundation, which I met some of her friends there. That it's a whole movement in itself, dedicated to helping others find opportunity in their challenges, because we all have our challenges. After a life-changing accident, which she's going to tell you about today, in 2015, she has turned adversity into action, inspiring thousands through her work and millions through her Instagram following. recently hired as a content creator for the 2024 Paralympics in Paris. Jessie is committed to showing what's possible through hard work and determination. I would love to welcome to the stage the amazing, the empowering, the uplifting Jessie Strayham. Woo! Go, sister.
Not dramatic about a wheelchair, I tell you. With that being said, hello guys, welcome. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you, Deborah, Valerie, both for making this possible so we can get better. Can we just give them a quick round of applause? Perfect. Well, I'm just gonna dive right in. So you guys get your tissues ready, be ready. Getting paralyzed is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Losing the ability to walk, use the bathroom, stand and be easy in life, feel my legs was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. How many of us have went through something completely crazy, life-changing that we felt like we were never gonna get through? Did you get through it okay? So why is it when people see me, the first thing they say is, I'm so sorry? And you know what my response is? Well, you're probably more disabled than I am. Early in my injury, it wasn't easy. I had to learn how to use a catheter to go to the bathroom. I had to stick my finger up my butt to poop. Had to start wearing diapers as a 22-year-old woman in my prime. I went from being sexually active to going celibate. I told people, well, I couldn't feel it, so the doctor sewed it up and called it a lost cause. It's not really what happened, but when people asked if I could still have sex, that's always my response. To show you where I am now, I have to kind of show you where I came from. Growing up, I never wanted for anything. My parents made sure I was spoiled rotten. I traveled the country racing off-road on four-wheelers. It's a wonder I didn't get paralyzed from that. I was a brat, y'all. I did whatever I wanted. Nobody could tell me anything. If my parents said I couldn't do it, cool, I'll sneak out later, and I'm gonna go do it anyways. And that is kind of what saved me later in life, but it got me in a lot of trouble early on. At 15, I became pregnant. I had an abortion. It was a tubular pregnancy, or that's what the doctors and my parents told me. I still to this day don't know if it's true. I never addressed that. How many of us go through things and we never address it? We just keep moving on. Yeah, because that's what society tells us to do. You can't feel the feelings, you can't feel the emotions, you can't go through the emotions. You have to keep going because you're a woman and the woman holds up everything and that's what you're supposed to do. So then I let go of my femininity. I was like, well, I'm gonna act like a man. I live in a man's world. Let me be a little masculine out here. And I took it from one extreme to the other. So I stopped showing emotion. I filtered every single thing of my being. And I started treating men the way they treat women. I gave my body away freely. I wouldn't commit to anybody. And when I did commit, I had numerous other partners. I quickly became addicted to alcohol, drinking every single day. 18 years old, drinking and driving. I had a fake ID, it's cool. She looks like me. I'm Amanda for tonight. I bought a house with somebody at 18. Came home from work and it was empty. I'm the victim here. He left me. No, he caught me cheating on him. So often we make decisions and we don't take responsibility for those decisions and our actions and where our actions take us. Well, they did me wrong. How often do we look in that mirror and we say, well, I did this, this, and this, which led to this result? Getting paralyzed is my fault. We'll get to that a little later too, though. Moving on into my adulthood, I worked for an orthodontist. I was an orthodontic assistant who snorted pills before I'd go work on patients. Really responsible, right? It took a lot of self-work to be able to admit that. It's not something I'm proud of. The doctor, I came in one day, I was late, perpetually late. And the doctors out here know that if your lead assistant's late, what's gonna happen to the schedule? Now everyone else is put behind. The doctor I worked for finally got fed up with me, and he said, enough is enough. I came in one day to my replacement. You're getting moved to part-time. Well, it's okay, I'm working 2-3 other jobs, I'll just go work full-time there. Because I always had a plan B, when plan A failed, I never took responsibility for the reason that plan A failed. How many times have our plan A failed due to our own actions, but we just kind of skate over that because we had a plan B in our back pocket ready to go? A lot of times we create our own reality and we refuse to realize that it's our actions that got us there. Eventually he brought me back and I got it together a little bit. He was sending all of us off for drug tests, but I couldn't go because I was in the hospital. So fast forward to now. I'm on the back of a motorcycle with somebody that I'd been sleeping around with. We cut ties, but I always got to bring him back in. He gave me gifts. Gifter is what I called him. We take our normal route, get off 85 onto Brookshire Boulevard. We're heading towards the city. There's these little U-turn spots on 16 that really shouldn't be there with as busy as 16 has gotten now. This is 10 years ago. A woman, she never slowed down. I saw the whole thing coming. She wasn't slowing down and he wasn't slowing down. I held on as tight as I could. I tucked my head into the back of him. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact. We hit and everything went black. I see my grandmother. She says, "Jessie May, it's not your time. You can't stay with me and I can't stay with you, but you have things to do and people to get back to." My grandmother doesn't know how much she saved me that day. The craziest part of my story, I was an atheist up until the day before my accident. That ex I cheated on, I was at his grandmother's funeral, and as the pastor's speaking, I feel a warm calmness come over me, and I just know everything's gonna be okay. There's a God, and Granny's gonna be okay. I didn't get saved for Granny. I got saved for me. But it wasn't that easy. 3 months I spent in the hospital. I got moved to the progressive unit my first weekend, refused to do the little blowy thing, because again, I do what I want. You're not gonna tell me what I need to do. And the blowy thing is so my lungs could get better, but again, you're not gonna tell me what I need to do. 12 hours from being moved into progressive, I was rushed back to surgical trauma ICU. I'm tied to the bed. They're shoving a tube down my throat. My mouth is stuck wide open. I'm completely awake while this is happening. Tears run down my eyes. My nurse is holding my hand, telling me it's gonna be okay. I felt like I was in some sick scene from a Saw movie where I was being forced into this trauma after already experiencing this trauma. 4 days goes by, they pull that out, my oxygen's still not good. They're like, just let us trach you. I don't want a butthole scar in my neck. No, I fought the trach because of aesthetics. I put my life on the line because of something like aesthetics. The nurse comes in and the respiratory therapist, they shove a suction up my nose 5 times in 12 hours, up my nose into my lungs to pull out the gunk in my lungs. I said, the next morning my nurse comes in, I said, I need to be trached now. Now, mind you, they've been trying to talk me into this for 2 weeks. Within 30 minutes, Dr. Fisher was beside my bed, traching me, bedside. There was no ifs, ands, and buts about it. I wake up, I have a size 8, which is a big hole in my neck. I lost my voice again. I couldn't talk. I had to write everything down I needed. Shortly after, I start getting healthy. Surprise, surprise. Get moved back to the progressive unit. I lost bowel bladder control because I have a spinal cord injury. Poop myself. My first experience of having to depend on someone else. The CNA left me in my poop for 3 hours. When she came back in, my best friend was there and she's like, what is the deal here? What's taking so long? She's like, oh, it's my last night. I was no longer a human being. That was my first experience where my paralysis dehumanized me. I finally get through this experience. My trach hole gets smaller. We're looking bright. Things are coming to the other end. I get through inpatient rehab. I think I know what I need to know. 3 weeks later, I get home. I didn't know anything. I couldn't take care of myself. I ended up with an infection in my intestines the first week called C. diff, and I'm rushed back to the hospital. Another week in the hospital, another 3 in rehab, but now I know everything. Now I'm taking control of my life. I told my dad, you're coming to get me on Sundays. I told my nurse, I'm leaving rehab whether you're with me or not, and I went and took driver's ed every Sunday. I knew I needed to drive. I needed to have that freedom. I took my life back. You need to take your life back. If there's something holding you back, you're responsible for where you go from here. You're the one who has control of it. Nobody else can make decisions for you, but yet we're out here asking everybody for their opinion. No one else's opinion of how you live your life matters. So why are you giving them control of it? Why do we give our control of what makes us happy, of the way we move in the world, the way we share our mission? Is this okay with you? Do you like it? No one else's likes matter. Y'all, there's 8 billion people in this world. Have you liked every single person you've met? Please answer that question. How can you expect everybody to meet you to like you? Sounds ridiculous, right? But that's what we do. We chase the likes. We chase the support from others. We chase the acceptance. You gotta accept you first. I hated the girl I was before I was paralyzed. I hated who I was early in my injury. But I had to face all those things I didn't like about myself to change it. Because if I didn't face it, I couldn't change it. You have to face the things that you no longer like about you and are no longer serving who you are or where you're going, and allow that. You have to change it. You have to allow that to be your lesson. But you can't hold that against yourself either. You only know what you know. I say getting paralyzed is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. So was the pandemic. From the time I got out of the hospital until 2020, I was on a flight almost a week, traveling the country to rehab facilities, sharing my mission, sharing what happened, sharing about bowel bladder products. I never stopped to truly address what happened, who I was, and that my poor choices got me here and landed me in this situation. And then I allowed the situation to make me a victim. Because you should feel bad for me because I use a wheelchair. Because the first thing people say when I said I was paralyzed in a motorcycle accident is, I'm so sorry. So the pandemic comes. My cousin commits suicide. I feel jealousy. It was almost a year and a month later, or a year and a month earlier, my niece committed suicide. And I had felt jealousy when she did as well. Jealousy that they're no longer in pain. Jealousy that they're no longer struggling. Jealousy that they could be selfish enough to do that. Like, you chose you above anyone else's feelings. And then I said, God, I shouldn't be feeling jealous that someone else's life is over. Yeah, I was saved when I got injured, but I didn't give my life to God until the pandemic, until I was so low that I had no other choice. And I said, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know what my mission is, but I just need you to guide me. And God was like, bet. I got you. I've been waiting for you to say, give it to me. Let me have your life. 2 months later, I was on set filming a pilot for a series called Date Me. You can watch it on YouTube. It was incredible. It was just the most incredible experience. I was the bad guy in the show, so it was just a lot of fun. And then I ended up getting introduced to First Form, which is a supplement company that led me to nutrition coaching, and something that I'm really passionate about. I had lost all my independence because my shoulder health went so south because I was under eating. You know the most toxic thing in diet culture, a little side note rant, is that you have to starve yourself to lose weight. It's actually the opposite. You need to eat to lose weight. But here we are doing a complete disservice to ourselves. So I was causing my body to be in a constant breakdown. I lost my full independence. I couldn't transfer. I couldn't get dressed. I couldn't shower. all because I got bad information from somewhere else and I thought that I had to undereat significantly to accept myself. How many times do we get bad information from other people and we take that as truth and then it negatively impacts us? Or it does the complete opposite. So I gave my life to God and God started showing up. And these things started happening. I started realizing that we're given a test to learn a lesson. We go through struggle so we can grow. The struggle is part of the growth, y'all. In 2022, I got introduced to this app developer. Y'all ever get spam emails where it's like, I can help you start this business, I can help you do this? I thought that's what this was. And at the time, I had a team of people, and so I was like, ladies, I need you guys to get on a call with this guy. I don't know, what's this about? They get on a call with him, and they're like, Jesse, you need to get on a call with this guy. And so I'm like, what's up? He's like, there's no fitness app for wheelchair users, and I want you to be the one to start it. In 2017, I had a friend that was starting an app for accessibility, and he said, oh, it's too hard, you can't do it. And I accepted that at face value. So I didn't do it. I just started a Facebook group instead. We allow other people to dictate what we can and can't do without realizing we have the power to do what it is we want to do. Stop allowing other people to control the way that your life moves and the way you move in your life. So the app developer is like, yeah, it's $2,000 to start it. I'm like, man, it's the end of the year. I don't have that in the budget. He said, you know, I'm the owner of the company. I'm going to give it to you. And Wheel With Me Fitness was born, the first fitness app for wheelchair users. There's another girl in the wheelchair fitness space who is the personal trainer for wheelchair users. She gets people results. I'm not a fitness trainer. I'm a nutrition and mindset coach. I focus on food and your mind and your relationship with the two of those things. I don't like training. I have no business in that. This app was given to me. Jesse, how do I start an app? Jesse, how do I start an app? And I'm like, oh my God, guys, if this girl starts an app, I'm done. She's going to take me out, and that's it. Wheel With Me Fitness is done. And I said, well, you know, I have an app, and you want an app. We're in a niche space. Why would we compete when we can collaborate? Why are we competing when we can collaborate? Why are we competing when we can reach more people together as a team? Why are we doing that, ladies? We're out here trying to compete with one another, someone else's blessings not taking away from yours. But yet we act like if someone else is doing better, that takes something from us. Collaborating with Nikki is the best thing I ever did, because now the app is actually serving more people. Now the app has actual full programming for wheelchair users, something I would have never done because I don't even know how to do that. When we actually are willing to have an open mind and put our differences aside, Nikki and I are on complete opposite spectrums politically, socially. We grew up completely different. We are very much not alike, but we have a same mission in mind. Put aside your differences, man. Life is too short. The world's too divided for us to continue to divide it and further that divide. The greatest thing my spinal cord injury taught me is my limitations not taking from me. It's actually not a limitation at all. It's my perspective around my reality. When I switched my mind to realize, so I have a little belly. It's part of being paralyzed. I'm paralyzed from the chest down. I have no core control. That's part of me. This was my biggest insecurity. I wanted to get boobs so they'd be bigger than my belly. But then I'm like, oh my gosh, that recovery time, like how am I gonna transfer, right? And I finally let that go. I was like, I don't need to alter my body to be pretty. I'm freaking beautiful. I go out and spread kindness to the world. I'm genuinely being the change I want to see in the world. That's how confidence is developed. By you showing up for you, and not only showing up for you, but showing up for your fellow human. Too many people are out here just trying to create more divide, more hate. Why not be that light in someone's day? Be that light in someone's world. And honestly, when you spread kindness, you get that back. You create your reality by what you put out there. There's a book I just read, #1 book on my list. Y'all want to write this down? It's called The Power of Intention by Wayne Dyer. It is the best book you will read. And if you've read it, read it again. To remind yourself that you create your reality. You have so much more to be grateful for. I'm grateful I have a wheelchair. Because in foreign countries, people are bedbound. They don't have access to what we have access to. I'm grateful I have medical supplies. I'm grateful I have the ability to be an entrepreneur. I have 2 businesses. I have a fitness app for wheelchair users and a wellness facility in Lake Norman. And in that wellness facility, I don't even work with disabled people. And you know what that made me realize? Whoa, this label of disabled that I've been putting on myself all these years has actually been disabling me more than my physical disability. Because the things we create in our mind actually disable us more than we physically are. So when I say, who's more disabled, me or you, I want you to think up here. Because yeah, you may be able to run circles around me, but I might be able to outwork you. I might be able to be empowered. And my goal is to raise you up to that because you have control of that. We let everything else, our spouse, our kids, our job, our friends, we let all of these outside things come inside here and then inside here. And what happens to our dreams? What happens to our mission? When I first started sharing on social media, I constantly was like, ooh, I don't like that. I don't like the way my face looks in that. Ooh, someone's gonna comment on my belly. The biggest thing I get is, how far along are you? I get that often. And I'm like, I'm just paralyzed. At first, it hurt. But then I realized it has nothing to do with me. Other people's opinion of you, it typically has nothing to do with you. It's their insecurities being projected on you, or their ignorance. We can't get mad at people because they're ignorant to our reality. We have to understand other people's perspective. And I think it's really hard because we get so caught up in our day-to-day. We get so caught up. It's like, I'm experiencing life this way. You should understand that. It's not your responsibility to understand my disabled life. It's my responsibility to make you aware that it's not that bad. It's actually pretty freaking cool. As you heard, I got to go to Paris on a full, all expenses paid trip to freaking Paris for the Paralympics, just to create content on social media. I've been doing a lot of thinking because in January 18th, 2025 is my 10-year anniversary of using a wheelchair. If I would have told Jessie 10 years ago that she was gonna be up on stage talking to a bunch of women, I would be like, I don't even have one girlfriend. What do you mean? I'm gonna be talking to women. If you would have told Jessie 10 years ago that she was gonna be okay after something so traumatic and life-altering, I would have been like, I'm just gonna end it. There's no way. I'm so proud of me in the fact that I'm here today, and I want you guys to feel this feeling of being so proud of you for getting through what you've went through. Be grateful for your struggle. Be grateful you made it through that. You're here. You're here trying to get better, to be stronger, so you can show up your best version of you. Because you deserve that. Let's forget everyone else in your life for a minute. You deserve that. For the longest time, I've wanted a family and a partner. And I would date guys, and they sucked. Man, did they suck. And being an influencer, I'd get online crying live, and I'm like, I'm so tired of men, and I just want to be loved. And I'm like literally sobbing on Instagram Live. I'm one of those. And it was the truth. I just wanted to be loved. And I remember after my last relationship failed, I journal daily, probably the most impactful tool I have for you guys. Journal daily, check in with where you're at, who you are, what's going on in your life, and then document that so when you write a book, it's a lot easier. I I wrote exactly what I wanted in a partner, every trait, not physical, but every trait I wanted in this person to be my life partner. I manifested that fool in my life, y'all. Manifested that. I created my reality. I didn't think I was going to be loved. I didn't think I was worthy of love. I thought I was going to have to be with a wheelchair user because we are shallow as human beings, and sometimes people can't overlook the disability. This man never even saw the disability. He just saw a powerful, badass woman out there getting everything she wanted in life, not letting anyone tell her no. When he first met me, he said one of the most impactful things to me, and it's changed me in the last 9 months. He's like, I'm so tired of hearing about your disability. And it wasn't in a malicious way. He's not a malicious person. He's a beautiful human. I'm so tired of hearing your disability and that being your excuse. What you went through doesn't matter because you've done so much that's so much bigger than that wheelchair, than your brain injury, than your spinal cord injury, than the fact you pity yourself. It's so much bigger. So whatever you went through, whether it's how you were raised, the way other people treat you, that boss, if you were sexually assaulted in a domestic violence relationship, whatever your struggle is, whatever you went through back there, it can't be up here. Because if you keep it up here, guess what you're going to keep on rolling into? That same exact situation. You deserve more than your past. You are not your past, so stop letting it define your future. I don't even think about my wheelchair. Most of the time, I don't even think about being disabled. This is just my life. Oh, you gotta carry me on the stage. Cool, let's go. I'm a princess. Flip the way that you look at your struggle. Flip the way you look at your trauma. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. Stop focusing on what you lack and what you want and all these things over here that are pulling you lower, lower, lower. Focus on how much you have, where you're going, the abundance in your life, and how blessed you truly are. Your life is so much fuller than you give it credit for. You are so much more powerful than what you give credit for. And that thing you went through over here, that experience you gained from that hard situation, you can help that fellow woman over here. You give her power. You give her strength. You can help that young girl from avoiding that situation. Your story matters. What you went through matters, but not in the type of way that that's what's holding you back and that's what's limiting you. The only thing holding you back and limiting you is you. Look in the mirror. You have control of your reality. You have control of your situation. The one question I get asked all of the time, how do you do it all? I don't do it all. I got people that help out. I ask for help because there's nothing wrong with asking for help. But for the other things, a calendar block. And I follow that block. It's an appointment with me because you're so busy giving your time over here. Time is the only currency you cannot buy or replace. Stop wasting it. If it's not bringing value, don't put yourself in that situation. Who you surround yourself with, if every time you're with this friend, love her from a distance. I have a couple of friends I had to do that with. Girl, it's not you, it's me. Your energy and my energy just aren't working, and that's okay. That is okay. It's okay to set boundaries for yourself. You don't have to please everybody. You got to please your star player. You are your star player in your life because if you don't make you number one, you can't help anyone else. Thank you, guys.
Wow, wow, wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm sure you all have questions. So we're going to do a Q&A. We're going to take a few questions. So who wants to get started? Okay.
Hello. Hi. And thank you for everything that you just said. I want to know, what do you say to yourself when you wake up in the morning and before you go to bed?
So there's a manifestation I do before bed. It's taped to my mirror. Some of the key things in it, and I say it every morning. I am whole, perfect, and complete the way I am. Life is ever changing and evolving, and so I'm one with the world as it evolves. I am one with my Creator, who gave me the power, who has the power and gave me the power to have the power to make impact in the world. And I repeat that mantra every single night and every morning, and that's what helps me. I remind myself, I'm full as I am. I'm complete, and life is constantly changing, and I can roll with it. Be more like water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Anyone else have a question?
I'm open book, honestly. Like, you guys want to know about paralysis? I got you there too.
So you had this manifestation to find this man, and once you were joined with this man or found this man, what was going on for you that you, did you have any struggles receiving the love that was being given to you, or had you already done some work and you were kind of in a good place? What was that process like?
I think the most important thing to remember is we constantly have to be working on ourselves. And the one thing I did whenever I did that manifestation was I said, I have to become the woman to attract the type of partner I want in life. And so that was my only focus. I wasn't focused on dating. I wasn't focused on finding anybody. I was solely focused on becoming the level of woman I needed to be to attract the level of partner I wanted in life. And so when I met him, I knew immediately. I was like, whoa, what is this? Ooh, this is intense. And I denied it. So the first month I was like, ooh. And even like we're taking it very, very slow because it's very intense. It's a very intense love. We're very open on communication, but we both have growth we need to do before we could be the level of partner each other needs. And we recognize that. And so it's really cool where that personal development journey is now bleeding over into exactly what I manifested. But definitely continuing to work on yourself and not looking for it. Let it just come to you. And just know that everything comes in abundance, man. This world is abundant for everything you need if you're willing to focus on that abundance.
All right, who's next? Anybody else?
Oh, Miss Janice. Janice can tell you all about Freedom LKN, the facility. She comes and sees us every Friday.
So your trip to Paris, what was the most amazing thing that you got out of that?
We need to travel more as humans and see the world and see how good we have it here, for sure. I've been very fortunate. I've drove coast to coast, so I've seen America through a windshield, both from east to west and north to south. And we live in the coolest country, y'all. Like, get the heck out of North Carolina and go see out west. There's amazing mountains, amazing desert. We have everything. But when I went to Paris, the buildings were old. The city is very inaccessible. So I see it from a different view as well, because I rely on the wheelchair. A lot of the public transit I couldn't take, so I had to wheel the actual city in the streets. And it makes you appreciate how well things were built back then and how it wasn't this fast. The most humbling part of the experience was nobody spoke English. And I was alone. It was my first time traveling internationally completely alone. From flight to hotel, I was in a little boutique hotel. It had 26 rooms in it. We went out one night as a group of the Team USA house, and I was the only one staying at this hotel, so I went back alone and the door was locked. My room had a physical key. I didn't even have a door key. And again, nobody speaks English, so I'm like pounding on the door. I can't go to one of the bars next door and be like, hey, because nobody spoke English. My phone's dying. It was a whole situation, and it was very humbling to be put that far out of my comfort zone. So I think the two biggest things I learned were travel more internationally and do it alone. Like, or with you and girlfriends. Like, do something that puts you so far out of your comfort zone. Make sure you keep yourself safe and be smart about it, but put yourself out of your comfort zone, because it was the most empowering experience of my life, and honestly the coolest experience ever. Like, Paris in partnership with Team USA. If y'all don't follow me, you'll find out real quick. I'm a massive patriot. I love being an American. I love living in America. I feel, especially as a disabled woman, I feel so grateful to get to live in this country and have access to what I have access to. Because I see people in other countries that just don't get what we get. And so get out of the country, travel alone, and it will help you be a little more grateful for where you're at.
All right, we have time for one more question. Don't be shy. Okay. Two more. Okay.
The croissants in Paris are great too. I had an American croissant for the first time the other day. It does not taste anything like a French croissant, just so you guys know.
Good morning. Thanks for talking with us. You said that you asked for help. That is the hardest lesson for women. You had it maybe forced on you, but obviously in Paris, when you're alone, it doesn't matter if you're disabled or not. Travel does that to you. It forces you to have to ask for help. What else would you say would help us as women to do that?
If you're feeling overwhelmed and you're just chaotic, it's okay to ask your partner to help you. But it's also the way that we ask. If we get to the end of our wit's end and we're snappy, do you think that's going to be received well? So understanding when you ask for help, if someone responds in a way that you're uncomfortable with, and this honestly is with anything, if someone responds in a way you're uncomfortable with, ask yourself how you ask them to begin with. You got to check in with you and, again, take responsibility for where you're at. The biggest thing, I think at the grocery store, that's always the first place I go, because that's the one place I ask for help the most. I always try it myself first, and I'm getting to a point now where I'm like, I know it's not going to work. Why do I keep, the definition of insanity, I keep doing the same thing? So if you have a situation where you've been trying it on your own and you know that it's not going to work that first time on your own, there's nothing wrong with asking for help, but you have to let go of this expectation of what asking for help means and change that definition to yourself. Asking for help doesn't make you weaker. It doesn't make you any less capable. It actually empowers you, because now you're going to get through that a little faster and, again, save that most valuable currency, that time of yours.
All right, I'm going to go up here for one last question.
First, before I ask my question, your confidence is contagious. It's awesome. I feel like the most attractive quality about females is confidence, and I just want to commend you because you have been very inspirational to me, and I'm sure others. Question, a couple things you said resonated with me. So I'm close to someone with a disability, and it was fairly recent. And what I am admiring about your story is, like, you kind of had this, like, switch flip, right? And you kind of, to your point, like, this is your life, and you got to make the most of it. So I obviously can't intrinsically help someone, right? To your point, most of it comes from within. But any advice to someone that is a supporter of someone, that I could do anything from a help perspective, or anyone that maybe did something for you that really meant a lot or made a change?
Open communication was the biggest thing, is having that open communication with people. When my friends were just there to listen and not force their opinion, that was really helpful. When people stopped asking me when I was going to go back to the way it was before, and that for me looks like, when are you going to walk again? That was the hardest question, and I resonated more with people that didn't focus on my disability and just treated me like me. And then if I said something and came off aggressive towards them, they didn't take it personally. Because a lot of times when you're working through the emotions of something so traumatic and life-changing, you take that out on the people you care about the most. And you can't take the way that people come at you personally, because a lot of times when people come at you in a negative way, or they come at you kind of aggressively about whatever they're going through, it's because of whatever they're going through, not you. So not making it about you is probably one of the biggest things, and just being there. Sometimes we just need you to be quiet and just be present, and that's enough. And that open communication, communication will save you, like, in every facet of your life. everywhere, from relationships to business to your career, your kids. Just be open on that communication. I found that that's changed the way that people move towards me. And also, one last thing, y'all, please be the change you want to see in the world and spread some dang kindness out there. Be the change you want to see, because it genuinely does start with you, and that filters out to everybody in your ecosystem. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Let's give Jessie a big round of applause. Maybe even stand up. She deserves it. Absolutely. That was amazing. All right, here in a couple moments, and we are going to break for lunch. We do have a couple food trucks on property. Most of you experienced a little trouble parking, so I'm going to try to get you there with some directions. So when you go out of Heaton Hall here, you're going to turn to the left, walk down the brick sidewalk here, go to the sidewalk, and then you're going to turn left again, and you'll see the food trucks on your left. And we will have people directing you as well. So sorry about a little bit of a confusing layout here for the parking, but we're going to make sure that you eat. So that is, and then also we do, and yes, I was going to say we do have some vendors here that we would love you to engage with, and we're going to come back at, 2 o'clock, right? So we're going to come back at 2 o'clock. In your seats at 1:45, and then we have 3 amazing speakers this afternoon too. Yeah, so we're super, super excited about that.
And so in our swag bags, Valerie, swag bags are like very swag. What do you think? Amazing. Yeah, so check those swag bags out. So we have some great things in there. Our amazing platinum sponsors, Criswell and Criswell, got a little certificate in there. Woohoo! And what about these balloons? Does it transform this whole room? There's a little coupon in there for Kelco that does all this amazingness for birthday parties, weddings, whatever it is, she can do it. So we want you guys to take a little break. You're going to be wowed. Let's just talk about these 2 speakers. Like, how are we feeling? Who? Raise your hand. I feel like I'm like Mira and Kara Criswell. Raise your hand if you feel like you got a tiny little bit of change from these messages. Oh, sister. Okay, this is what we want. This was our vision. So, those are going to 2 acts to follow. Ramona, are you ready? Stand up, Ramona. So I'm going to say she is going to be after lunch, and when Kara was my very first call, this amazing woman was my second call. She's a celebrity. She is a huge celebrity here in Charlotte. Yet she is the most humble, kindest person that ever exists. Like, she's in the green room. She's the celebrity. She's doing the video of everybody else. She's asking about them. She's videoing, and that's what we love about her. But she's got a story, girl. She's going to unpack that, unpeel it, and she's going to share today. So take a little time, do a little shopping, do a little food experience if you want. You got your snack packs there if you're like on a little diet and you just don't want to eat. Sorry, girls, no alcohol. I wish we could. It's a church, Jesus and all that. But we'll say a prayer as we drink our wine in the car. No kidding. All right, so go enjoy. We'll see you back here in just a little bit of short time. And there's a lot of vendors out there. Criswell and Criswell actually has a machine. It's life-changing. Who wants to tell us about this machine out there? I thought I was looking 30, thanks to Kara, body face by Kara. But when I did the machine... it said I was my real age 60. So I didn't like that machine. So what does the machine do, Carol?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Vizio machine is out in the lobby at our station, and you can do 3 pictures of your face. It will see beneath the skin, so you can see things like sunspots, age spots, damage to the skin through a variety of things, and it helps to guide in terms of treatment. So that helps us to know what types of treatments would work best based on things happening beneath the surface that we can't see with the naked eye, and it's just really cool to look at too. So come by and check it out.
And Stephanie's here to correct all that, right? So recommendations on how to look 30. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Enjoy. We'll see you back here for 3 more powerhouse speakers. Who is ready to get the afternoon started? So I don't know about you, but I was so inspired and so touched. But that's not to stop now. We are going to get this rolling with empowering women. And the second person I called when I was entertaining the idea of doing this event is someone that has been a legend in our town. But what I love about this legend is she's so approachable. She's so vulnerable. She's so real. So when she's at any event like here, she wants pictures of you, not of herself. She wants to hear your story. She wants to touch your life. And that's exactly what we wanted for this event. And when she talked to me about it, that's the story, same as Kara, that she wanted to portray, that she did not want a lot of surface. She wanted a lot of content.
So if you are from the Charlotte area, you know Ramona Holloway. With over 20 years on the air as part of the Matt and Ramona Show, she's become a true icon in the community. From radio and podcasting to motivational speaking and event hosting, Ramona's influence extends far beyond the microphone. Her passion for connecting with others and giving back makes her a force to be reckoned with.
And now, without further ado, let's welcome to the stage the amazing Ramona Holloway!
Can you hear me? Thank you for turning me on. Hi, I'm Ramona, and I feel like I need to reintroduce myself. I'm Weezy's daughter, and I was that from day one. And finding a new way to be Weezy's daughter is why I wanted to come here today, because I joined the club that no one wants to join, and that is the club where we grow up to the point where our parents aren't taking care of us anymore. We're taking care of them, and then we walk them to heaven. And then we have to step out and find a new path. And people say I have been very vulnerable. I will say that I sat down at a restaurant here in South Park with a friend last week, Sandra Zoki. She and I had worked together in radio. She is one of those women at work who shows up for you. And I've tried to do the same for her. She said, Ramona, you've been somewhat vulnerable, but you haven't been transparent. And she was right, because by the time people saw me on social media taking care of my mom, being the caregiver who they hoped that they could be, at least I hoped, I had been through my own storm. I couldn't share that until I got myself together. And what I wanted to do was share with you the bingo card of life that kind of explains it best for me. So there are bingo cards on your tables. This is my life bingo card. And one of the things that I got really vulnerable about, because it was also sponsored, mind you, because I was a big girl. I was on the radio tipping scales at about 2:30. So every time I got to a new station and that WKRP radio show, TV show about radio, it was right. We moved a lot, town to town, up and down the dial. One thing was for sure, every time I showed up, there'd be a salesperson who goes, you know, we got this client that can help you lose weight. And I was like, hey, welcome to Ramona Loses Weight for Money. And it's okay until you hit your plateau, and then what? Well, around that time for another station anyway. So I got very vulnerable before I think I was even ready to, when I had my gastric bypass surgery. It was 2012, and Catawba Valley Medical Center was a sponsor. For a year, the lawyers went back and forth, and I carried around this folder talking about what it would be like after I had gastric bypass surgery. And finally, all of the legal and radio stars aligned, and a camera followed me to the hospital and had the camera on my mom as she waited as I had my gastric bypass surgery. Because like 90% of the women in my family, after age 40, diabetes, and also morbidly obese. So I was looking for a way out of both of those things, an easy way out. If I'll be honest, people say, oh, you take the easy way out. Nothing easy about it, but I was hoping, because every time, you ever say, maybe it's just because of what I look at on social media, because social media, it's all up in your head, trying to figure out, selling you stuff that feeds your insecurities. I know it. So it's always sending me something about weight loss because it knows that I'm interested. I'm going to stop on a fitness video. And never once is there a diet that says it's going to be healthy, brain healthy, and body healthy, and help me lose weight and then maintain it, that includes all the things that I really want. It was like, I am waiting for the cheese, biscuit, and jelly diet. Yay! Damn it. My time has come! But just like during the pandemic, I'll be honest with you, it wasn't the same for everybody, because I feel like I had been planning on isolating and hoarding toilet tissue like my whole life. Like, I was like, I don't know what these people are having a problem with, but I've got like 80 rolls right now. Still went out and bought toilet paper with everybody else. It's like, oh, who knows when my 80 rolls will be up. It's in here. So after I had gastric bypass, I started watching this TV show called My 600-Pound Life. Anybody else see it? It's the same episode with different people. Same episode every time. Yeah, it's this TV show where people have basically eaten their way into isolation. There's some enabler somewhere that keeps feeding them. They finally get approved for this weight loss surgery, and well, sometimes that doesn't even go well because they have to have a diet before they get to the surgery. It's the same episode, and I watch it with a bingo card in hand because it all starts with the same stuff. Every single episode starts with what's throwing them off balance. And I'm like, I wait for the part where they're under heavy stress, illness, theirs or a family member's, sex, and a lot of times there's some sexual abuse in their background, loss, they lost a parent or a child and they never rebounded. They come from a highly dysfunctional, addicted family. I'd watch the episode like, oh, there we go. And now they're living in isolation, eating themselves to death. Okay, so next is my eye. And I don't know if you have any B's in your life, because the B's are the things that throw us off balance. Like for me, I basically just put mine on there. Those were mine. The I's are my insecurities. The things about me that when you say something about them, make me feel some type of way. I'll give you an example. I'm at an event a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of times in Charlotte, when you work with charities, you run into a lot of the same people, because a lot of the same people make the decision to help out charities, like to get outside of themselves, to work for their church and their community. So I run into a lot of the same people. And I ran into this wonderful woman who works for the billboard company. And she was modeling in a charity fashion show, and she goes, Ramona, you look really good. Like, have you lost weight? It was the inflection. It was, are you sounding surprised? What? Ramona, you look really good. That's my insecurity, because I have a weight insecurity. If you tell me I look like I lost weight and I know I haven't lost weight, I'm like, well, how big did you think I was? Last time you saw me, that's my insecurity. 100% my insecurity. I'm insecure about my weight. I'm insecure about my age because, I mean, for me, I worked in an industry that said 25 to 54. When I bowed out of my show last year, I was 58. I was outside of the demo of the people who I was talking to. Now, I don't know if you've looked at my industry, and I'm going to throw TV in there as well. Men can stay on the air forever. It's like there are literally some guys who I think are going to be like, you know, good morning, it's 7:50. Oh, he died on the air. Oh, bless him, Jesus, bless him. But that's generally not the case for women. And I was blessed to be hired by a station, a boss who was one of those shero kind of bosses. And I know you get this as a man who loves women in the best type of way. He paid women the same as men. In radio. I know, you guys don't look surprised enough. I'm going to say it again. Like the Giggle Girls usually got a third of, half of what the guys got. And the role was mainly to laugh at him no matter what he said. Pretend like it was hilarious. God didn't make me that way. I can't do it. I was talking to Kara about my facial expression management disorder. I can't, like, Zoom nearly took me out, y'all, because it was like, people would say stuff and my face would be very disrespectful because I'm very sensitive. I remember being in a meeting on Zoom and we're negotiating a new contract. And at first, before my afternoon show became a morning show, this new company came in and they said, we want Ramona in the morning and we'll give you more money. But if you work with Matt, we'll cut your salary by 20%. So I said, I'm rolling with my guy. My first job is taking care of my mom because Julia and I talked about the blessings of the pandemic. Like my blessing was that in my mom's final years, I was able to be there versus being at event after event and having someone else do the heavy lifting. It was me and her every day. And I got to really, 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 really connect and be the daughter I could be proud of because she didn't know who I was anymore. And those insecurities, let me tell you, as a caregiver, the insecurities with a dementia patient, or I don't know if you have a mother or father who is like brutally honest, family, brutally honest, the insecurities were such a liability. And then now I'm in this workspace where I've decided to work with my partner. So, you know, we're on this call. It's me and the program director of the station and the vice president and the consultant and my male partner and me, only one with boobs. We're talking about how we're going to reach women 25 to 54. And I said, well, women like connection. And they said, well, we're not talking about that. But I thought we were talking about how to reach. Oh, okay. And then one of those gentlemen said, well, we're just trying to figure out what the show's going to be. I mean, who knows? Maybe we need to go towards that young chick who's hanging out at Whiskey River every Saturday night and telling everybody about her exploits on Monday. I said, find her. Because at that point, I could no longer be intimidated by using my insecurities. Sorry, that's over. And then we're going to skip over the N on the bingo card. You know, my insecurities being my weight and my abilities, how smart I am, how well I do. Like, do you think I'm as funny as or as smart as or all of those things under the insecurity thing. The N we're going to skip over. We're going to come back to that. Let's go to the G. One of the reasons why I'm a fan of Tyler Perry is because he has a specific story that he tells that speaks to my experience. One of the reasons why you don't find me watching and enjoying his movies is when you come from a family with that type of dysfunction and it's not funny. Like family members going to jail, ha ha, and then grandma pulled a gun, ah, like it's not, like that stuff isn't funny in real life. So while I am grateful that he's found a way to find humor, and in all of those crazy movies, there is almost always a redeeming moment. But when you come from genetics that just because you showed up make you a color that these people like and these people are afraid of and these people don't care. The genetics, in my case, brought along diabetes and propensity to carry a heck of a lot of weight, mental illness. So there's some stuff that's just you. Like, hey, this is what God gave me. God gave everybody something, and the Holloways have all of this. And then the O on my bingo card are my obsessions. And these are the things that usually, if not managed properly, those obsessions send me off balance. Like Jesse was talking about, drinking too much, eating too much, shopping too much, working too much, like no off switch for anything. Those obsessions generally cost us quality of life. And when I say us, I mean me. I'm downsizing while I'm also shopping. I'm worried about gaining weight, yet I'm also having literal conversations with myself to remind myself that even if I do have McDonald's money, I shouldn't use it. And I have food at home. Like, I have serious conversations with Ramona in the car. Like, we don't need to stop at Bojangles. Another 20 minutes, you've got that celery. And the cream cheese, and the grapes. But I have to have those conversations with myself. The things that I am obsessed with, the success, the money, the age, the whatever, generally it's costing me somewhere. And it's not good. It's gotten to the point where it's not good for me. So I had this gastric bypass surgery, and I got honest with my audience about the fact that one of the mental reasons why I felt more comfortable emotionally as a big girl was the lack of male attention, because I'd been sexually abused as a child. And while most of the audience, 99%, was like, wow, thank you for that, there was that one mean letter, an email from the president of the Penn State Alumni Association, who was upset that while I was being vulnerable about my trauma as a child, I sided with some boys who had been sexually abused by a coach at Penn State. And the head of Charlotte's Penn State Club thought that I was being very disrespectful and needed a lesson in loyalty. We can't be vulnerable with everybody all the time. And if we are vulnerable in big spaces like social media and media in general, we have to be prepared. And that's where the N. I was expecting up here. That is where the N comes from. The N on your card is that free space on a bingo card. What is in the free space? Anybody think of anything that might be in the free space? I'm not used to quiet church. You say grace for myself and others, because grace for myself says when I do abuse my body with the wrong food, that I don't have to wait until next Sunday to restart. Like, I can immediately restart. Like, doesn't mean I have to put it off again. It means that I can try again tomorrow. Grace. I can give myself grace for when I don't do exactly what it is I feel like I should do. And grace also allows me to stop putting so much on my plate, like recognizing my whole humanness. Anybody else? Something in the end? Boom. And self-love is one of those things that people toss around, like mindfulness, that was really lost on me. Like, it was like, and work-life balance, like, these were all like really terms that I was like, what does it mean to you? For me, self-love means that I love myself so much that I really want to treat her well. Like, treat her as well as I would treat a kid who was allergic to sugar. Like, if I found out that, you know, a child in my life, if they didn't like a type 1 diabetic child, like, there's absolutely no way I would feed my type 1 diabetic child the way I fed my type 2 diabetic self. Yikes! Love. There's no way I would take a look at my mother's journey in dementia and look at the risk factors, like lack of exercise, lack of connection, not feeding yourself well, not managing your diabetes well, isolation, hearing loss. There's absolutely no way I should look at any one of those risk factors and say, I'm good, I don't care, because of self-love. Thank you for the self-love. Gotta clap it up for self-love. Is there anyone in here who is currently taking care of another human being who's younger than them? Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. Okay, is there anyone in here who's currently taking care of someone else who they are related to? Like a parent? Okay, how many people here are responsible for taking care of at least one adult? Everybody? Everybody? Yay! We're taking care of ourselves! Yeah! Go us! Go us! I'm going to pretend like I didn't ask that one, and then I'm going to throw it in later. FYI, it's going to be like a quiz. I'm going to throw that back in, but yeah. But my problem was, in that free space was stuff I didn't know. Like, I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't know that it wasn't just about my weight. You know, it's because I was, I had it all figured out in my head. It's because I was, I had this sexual trauma and blah, 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 blah. Well, how was that playing out in my relationships? Because how was that playing out in my life as a caregiver? Like, if I wasn't taking a good look at me through somebody else's lens, the things in my O category that I was obsessed with and the things in my B category that were throwing me off balance were going to continue to throw me off balance and leave me spinning my wheels because I didn't know what I didn't know. And that free space is where the self-love is. But I couldn't get there on my own. Who knew that you needed other people? Well, I cannot tell my story without a God part. And I don't mean, I'm not a God pusher. I'm not going to come out and smack anybody on the head and expect them to fall down. Like, however, if that's how you do it, go for it. But I just cannot tell my story without saying that part of it was for me to connect with a God that I had to get to know myself. Like, I had to have my own concept. I had to grow up in a way that I didn't expect to. Like, as an obedient child, I never expected to not do what my mother wanted me to do, whether it was have the surgery in the first place or have someone come into the home to help her, or any of those things that she didn't want to do, or any of those things that she did and I had to say no. How many people in here were raised by a mom, and who was raised by a mama? Mamas do things differently, y'all. I'm telling you. Mamas do things differently. They don't count. I'm going to give you an opportunity to get your attitude together, so I'm going to count. No. Told one time, second time hell was coming. Told what? So I had to become so comfortable in who I was as a grown-up that I stood tall in my decisions. And that did come from self-love, but I had to be guided in the process. I couldn't see myself the way other people could see me. They're saying, well, everything looks fine from the outside because we're not putting our challenges on social media, and for me, that's not the place where it goes. I have to have a squad. How did I find mine? Through work. Oh, can you turn that off? It's 2:15, I can tell you right now. I have a gratitude alarm that goes off at 2:15 every day. It reminds me at 2:15, I used to have to be ready to go get my blanket and lay down someplace and get at least a 20-minute nap because I was doing a morning show. And if I didn't get that nap, that meant I had to go to bed. I had to be feet up at 7 and lights out by 8. So I kept that nap alarm to remind me of how far I've come. And I'm so thankful it went off now because really, it's a reminder for me of when it wasn't so good. It's a reminder to me of when I was struggling mentally and physically in my job. But there was a time when I was so insecure about money that I would have hung on at that job no matter what. Waking up at 3:30 every morning, going to bed at 7, just laying there trying to fall asleep until 8, daring anybody to call me, like, you call me at 8:01 and something better be bleeding. No, if somebody already died, they'll still be dead in the morning. Someone needs my help now. But I had to, as someone who grew up with financial insecurity, to get to that point where I was secure enough to say, me first. Love me first. It's going to be okay. And I learned that gratitude is at the base of that end. Because the gratitude tells me, I've been through some stuff before. Hello, divorce. And for some people, it's a kick in the gut because they didn't see it coming. Me, I wanted the divorce. Do you need to turn me off?
He said, I'm going to turn you off. And then he runs away. I'd like to say that's the first time that's happened. But then, Lord, I've seen what you've done for others because Debbie got up here and introduced her fiance, the doctor, and I was like, Lord, I see what you've done for others. I just pray that in the next thing that she gives us some kind of blueprint, because I'll be there in my notebook like, and then, what did you wear? What'd your hair look like on that day? Because I'm ready for the do-over with Kara, because I did ask the question that I was going to ask during the Q&A. I asked it privately. I was like, Gina, do you think I should ask about whether or not she can take fat from my thighs and put it in my face? She was like, save that for later. She was like, save that for one-on-one. I did. But then when we were back in the green room, we were all doing the same thing. So anyway, Kara, thank you. Because the viewer on Charlotte Today who called me a Shar-Pei face was not she spoke to my insecurity, but that's something that I always wanted to do. Dolly Parton is my idol. I love doing for me what I love doing for me, and whatever that is or is not, when other people trigger me, when they say something about it or post something about it, that's just hitting my soft spot that I'm healing. So when my friend accused me of not being transparent, I said, my story isn't for everybody. I had to think back, like, am I not being transparent? No, I'm being open that I've been through something, but the how isn't for everybody because everybody doesn't need it. Some people are like, I don't have anxiety or depression. When Jessie talked about her morning meditation, every morning I breathe in all the good things I want for the day, and I breathe out my anxiety, and I breathe out my depression, all the negative thoughts, because anxiety says, you ask me what could possibly go wrong, and I'm getting out a notebook. Well, let's start at A, and then we'll go down 1 through 10. And my depression tells me that when something is going wrong, it's going to stay wrong. But in order for me to get to a better place, I couldn't compartmentalize my weight. I couldn't compartmentalize my caregiving, my job, because it was all affecting me. Grief, even that, while a parent is still alive, affects us. Grief, even though a child just went to college, they're gone. I'm still gratituding over there. I was like, yeah. But I found that when I put gratitude at the base of that N, and then I open myself up to hear what you have to say about how you made it better for you, and then I'm willing to try those things. Like my doctor said, you know what'll help with your depression? You know, if you get outside more. And I'm like, and I know he saw my disrespectful face because I have facial expression management disorder. I try really hard. I tell you I try, but my face is like, the doctor said, you know what'll help? You should get outside more and connect with nature. And I was like, I'm a poodle, sir. I am an indoor human. And he was like, what's wrong with getting out there and connecting with the birds and the trees? And I'm like, where do I start? Can we start with my hair and what could possibly fall in? Then we can, and then I get out there because I finally take that suggestion that it's holistic. It's not just this or just this or just this, and that whatever my therapist suggests I do, I should probably try. And those things that my friends who've actually experienced are doing, have done, that work for them, maybe I should try that instead of immediately poo-pooing it because I don't know what I don't know. And obviously, if I'm not doing this well by myself, if I'm still off balance, and I'm trying to make rules for my obsessions just so that they don't get me more off balance, maybe I need to try something that I can't think of on myself because my personal brain is set on creative destruction. Anxiety says, I am going to figure out how can this possibly go wrong? Let me think through all of these negative possibilities, get myself all worked up, only for it to not be bad. Hey, wait a minute, it was good. Oh, wait, huh? For me, it takes a reset every single day. In the morning, my meditation, my prayer, reconnecting, and those moments that I feel triggered up by something or someone, and then also getting out of my head because I've met the most amazing members of my girl squad by reaching out to other people to see how they're doing, by helping out with their event, by showing up for their charity, for their children. That's how I have cultivated an amazing squad of women who I tell you have lifted me up in ways that would take me all year to begin to tell you. In that in space is this incredible self-love that radiates out, because if I'm always criticizing myself, I can't help but criticize you. Because I'm not looking at, I gotta say, these young women out here, some of them are dressing a lot different. They're dressing differently than I did when I was their age. One of my friends posted on Facebook, like, since when is a crop top acceptable? It was like 2024. Just like our moms were saying, when is a mini skirt acceptable here? I was trying to be Madonna, Janet Jackson, whatever they were, it's the same, but we're seeing it with different eyes. And so I open my mind. That N is for narrow-minded. If I'm so narrow-minded that I am not out here trying to understand other people and give them grace, then it is very difficult for me to stand back and stomp my foot and wonder why people aren't understanding me, why I'm not getting the grace I believe that I deserve in this particular situation. And sometimes I realize that the stress of the situation is caused by me. Like, if this doesn't get done, like, not one time has anyone come to my house and said, girl, when was the last time you vacuumed? And I've never done that in anyone else's house. But it's stress I put on myself. And I'll be honest before I go to the Q&A. I recently had a kidney stone. Y'all did not tell me how bad it could possibly be. So I never changed my in case of emergency. Never changed it. It's still my mom. So I call one of my fairy god mentors, and I'm like, girl, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to walk across the street because I live exactly across the street from my doctor's office. My doctor's office is here. One of my favorite fish camps is right there. I can walk to both. And maybe that's not helpful. Maybe that's just keeping the doctor in business. They're just ping-ponging me. I don't know. But I called my fairy god mentor. She's in Wilson, North Carolina. She's 3 hours away. And I'm like, I think I'm going to have to go across the street. I'm getting this weird pain, blah, blah, blah. She's like, do you think you should walk across the street? And finally, pain got so bad, I was like, I can't walk across the street. I'm going to have to drive myself. And then it became, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drive myself. This pain is really bad. So at that point, I crawl up my stairs because I must go up and shower and put on nice underpants because my mom said the doctors will treat me like crap if I don't. So I am like in the shower, like, you get the handheld thing, like, oh, God, must get clean, must put on nice underwear. Called my former neighbor, and he and his wife came through for me. They contacted my family in Ohio, and I went through the whole thing, and never learned how to ask for help until I grew up and realized that that's one of the things we learn as kids that we forget as grown-ups. Like, can you help me? I want to do it myself. And, like that whole toddler bold thing. Like, I think that we go back to that. I know I don't think I ever grew out of it. Like, I do myself. I was raised, you have to be independent. You can't trust others. Thing that drove me crazy when I first moved to Charlotte as a native Jersey girl was like, are these kids leaving their bikes out all night? Like, what is wrong with them? I should go over there and steal that kid's bike and teach him a lesson. He won't leave it outside anymore. Like, oh no, those are my old insecurities from growing up in an unsafe neighborhood. Okay, I'm going to leave my screen door open. Like, I'm so dangerous. But I realized as I opened my mind that some of these things I learned as a kid are actually wrong. Like, what do you mean my family's dysfunctional? That's just how we are. And there are relatives who will say, that's just how we are. But I am so thankful to be on a journey that shows my little nieces and nephews, they're really younger cousins, but my first cousins are kind of like siblings. But it shows them that we don't have to be like that. That we can go to therapy. We can get this right, because without getting this right, none of the rest of it works. And if I don't get this right, and this isn't working, it's not going to work on someone else. Like that whole put on your own, air mask before you take care of others. Yeah, that sounds good when you don't have another person relying on you for life. But then you realize that taking care of other people isn't supposed to kill us. That we are in a place of self-love, that we say, I have to take care of this, or I can't take care of you. I have to take care of this, or those very same things that annoyed me that you did, sitting in the house, watching Young and the Restless, all caught up in Nick and Sharon, not getting any exercise. Every time we go out, you want to order sweet tea. I wind up doing the same thing if I don't do the work on me, if I don't address my insecurities, if I don't take a real good look at my obsessions and where they come from. Like, why do we even think that way? Why does it always seem like I'm finding these guys who, it may be me? And so when we realize, and by the way, my ex-husband is somewhere on social media. He's on a dating app, FYI. But if you're like me and you keep meeting the same guy in a different outfit, I'm telling you, I have to do the work on myself first, or else I wind up in the same cycles with the same people because I don't know what I don't know. I couldn't get out of the cocoon by myself. And I realized I couldn't count on my family. Jesse talked about doing the same thing and expecting something different to happen, relying on the same people and expecting something different to happen was something I learned as a dementia caregiver because the roles had to change. And it wasn't until I changed that I could give my mother the dignity of not disagreeing with her, that I could give myself the dignity of saying, I don't need her approval or yours or yours or yours for me to be okay. For me, that took a connection with God and a connection with people who showed up in my life with love, and I showed up in their lives with love. And then I know it's a God thing for me when, with my crazy imagination, I step back and I look at the picture and I'm like, I never even would have thought up the Kathy character. Look at you, God. But yet Kathy shows up. It's those moments that I know that I'm not supposed to do it by myself. It's those moments that I know that, thank you, I don't have to. And with gratitude at the base, instead of allowing my anxiety to say, oh, it's going to be awful, I wanted to be there at 9:30, but now it's 10:06 and I'm going in circles in South Park because of these trees. God, thank you. Thank you for getting me here. It's going to be okay. Other people probably had an issue too. But you know who won't be okay? At least not today. I would be doing myself and our community a disservice if I didn't say that there are some people in Gaston County, in Rutherford County, even some here in Mecklenburg County, who are devastated. And as someone who's worked in the media for many years, the media isn't about spreading the wonderful stories about all the good that's going on. You're never going to turn on, WBTV and it's like, hey, everybody, 1,000,007 people made it home safely. They're going to say, there was that one guy on 85 didn't make it. And there was a shooting here. As our community responds to the hurricane, just know that the United Way in your area, whether you live in Gaston or Mecklenburg or Union or York or what county are you? Forsyth, Iredell, that your United Way is going to be doling out dollars to the organizations that are truly responding to the long-term needs. You don't lose your house on Friday and be okay because the Red Cross showed up. They're mainly there to help people locate people who they can't find. Their biggest need locally for these situations, and I'm just saying this as someone who was in the news for a really long time and playing these, response events, that they're usually their biggest need after an event like this is for blood donations, because donor events are being canceled, and there are some areas where they can't even have a donor event anymore. But your local United Way, if you're looking for a way to spend your time or your treasure, they will probably need you a little bit more right now to help out people in our community who got just torn apart. I was inconvenienced. And so my gratitude now goes a lot deeper. My gratitude for everything. And I will tell you as I close that in that free spot, in connecting with women who truly empowered women with their love. One of my fairy god mentors said, I was having a day, like, if you lose something you love, whether it's your ability to walk or your partner or your child or your parent or sibling, your job, if you lose something that really meant a lot to you, there's grief. And she said to me, you're going to have to find gratitude in your grief. Once again, face, not okay. I even choked a little. It was like what? gratitude for this feeling of being untethered and disconnected and turned upside down, and this paperwork from an attorney I don't even understand, and people and a bunch of mails piling up on the table. Some of it, gratitude, yes. As I got further away from the event, I recognized that I'm going to feel sad. I have to embrace that. I have to stand in those feelings and be grateful for them, because that means I experienced something so amazing that when I didn't have it anymore, I missed it a lot. And some people don't get that. I got that. But it's not like I didn't wake up one day, well, now it feels awesome to have lost my mom. I feel like this year is the first year that I am feeling differently. And I feel like how I got here is taking that in and applying it to all parts of my life, opening up my mind to trying new things to make it better. Sometimes it was just to make it okay. But then also knowing that better and okay, I need to treat them the same. I can't always expect it to be better. I can't always expect more. But sometimes just being okay is okay, and sometimes not being okay, I can get through without feeding some obsession to have a partner or a biscuit. I want to thank you for being here, because I believe in the healing power of storytelling, and I believe in the healing power of connecting. And you giving us an opportunity to do this means a lot, especially after a catastrophic event. But as someone who has served in the media for over 30 years, I implore you to back away from the social media just a little bit. Sorry, Julia. Follow you and you alone, and also Ramona Holloway. But I had a friend who's we went walking the other day, and so instead of doing a lot of restaurant visits, I've been doing what I call walk and talks. Like, hey, people say, oh, you want to go to dinner? You want to go to lunch? You want to go to coffee? I can't have a feast every day. Like, if I go to a restaurant, I want the truffle fries, okay? No, I do not want the Caesar salad with a low-cal dressing, okay? I don't want to spend $20 for some lettuce. I want something good. So instead of that, you want to go for a walk and we talk? Because getting away from the screen, disconnecting from something that is made up to look a certain way, to make us want more stuff, and feeding every insecurity and obsession we have. Like I said, mine is the dieting. It's going to keep showing up because I talk about it so much. But getting away from that. One of my fairy god mentors told me 10 years ago, you know, I wake up early and I pray and meditate. You wake up early. Like, so even early, I'm already doing blah, blah, blah. And you're telling me that if I don't, well, it turns out that she was right. And that doing that sets me up to feel more successful in doing the other stuff. What? I'm thinking, now they're asking me to add something else. I'm already busy. Do you think I got time and energy to get up a whole half an hour earlier just to sit there and pray and write stuff? Well, it turns out, thank you for opening my mind, that once I did that, it set the tone for my thoughts and actions for the whole day. Who knew? Oh, the people who are successfully doing it and keeping it together and living a more balanced life, really achieving the work-life balance that we're sold in self-help books, but that really exists for me, grounded in my faith and my friends. And who's a friend? All of y'all. Unless you want to be cousins, because that's an option too. But for me, it comes from that in spot. And I apply it daily. And the days, I tell you, when I cut the prayer and meditation short because I've got something going on, I find myself in the car, driving somewhere, having conversations in my head about what I'm going to say. If this person says this, when I show up, I'm having a whole thing. I'm creating whole chaotic things that just feed the need to do something different, something on the obsession list, instead of feeding myself first. So in creating that relationship with my Creator, I find that I want to treat the kid better. And the kid is me, Wheezy's daughter. I want her to have a great quality of life, not just a good quantity of life. Like, I don't want to be one of those people on the Smucker's jar and be miserable. I'll close by saying I spent a couple of weeks ago with my aunt, who's 100. And she calls me every day. She has a phone ministry. And I said, Aunt Pat, like, how many people do you call a day? And she said, 7. I was like, oh, God. So, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to start reaching out to people and just calling. And so far, I've called 2. But I'm still trying. And every day is a new day to try. So if you have any questions, I'm an open book. If you want to ask questions about what I talked about with Kara in terms of plastic surgery, we can go there. We can go radio career. We can go caregiving. We can go relationships. You tell me.
I've got the mic. Who's got questions? Okay.
You are fabulous. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I work in the construction industry, and at our place, it's 14% women. And so how do you overcome sometimes being the only woman in the room and getting your voice heard?
I wish I had a cut and dry answer for that. Because I'll be honest, for me, a lot of what I did was in the studio, when we weren't talking, I put my headphones on and I tuned everybody out. Because I wanted to talk about what I found at TJ Maxx. Hey, did you see, hey, did you watch Grey's Anatomy? They weren't going to talk about anything that I was interested in. It's like, I don't care about your fantasy football team. A bunch of made up, like, I'm an owner now. I just drafted Kenny Jones from the Cowboys. And I'm like, I don't care. I can't pretend to care. So I didn't try to be something that I wasn't. And in those spaces, I just didn't engage. Outside of the room, I have to say I was empowered by some men, namely the one at the top, Rick Jackson, who, when he brought Matt and I here from Virginia Beach, at first I found out that I was making about $20,000 less than Matt. Because when we got here, we were told, you'll never be the morning show. Bob and Sherry are the be-all, end-all of morning radio. If you ever have any, designs on being the morning show, it's not going to happen for you. If you are comfortable being the afternoon show, you can be the afternoon show. And I was like, okay, so we leave Virginia Beach, where I was at a teeny bopper 18 to 34 station, and I got one of the Backstreet Boys' names wrong, and the phones lit up like I had just killed somebody. So now I get to talk to grown-ups. I don't have to do prank calls anymore. And I get to sleep until like 8 o'clock in the morning? What? Sherry can have mornings all damn day. 6 months into the deal, the boss came back and he said, I made a mistake. I assumed you were guy lead and giggle girl. And it's not that. He corrected that when we negotiated, but I will say, at first he said, I can't give him a raise to get him to sign this long-term deal that is going to supersede your original deal, and then I can't bring him from here to here and bring you from here to here. They're not going to let me do that. And I said, well, I can't stay. And I will say my greedy ex-husband was the one who told me to dig in my heels because I'm not a great negotiator. I'm like, okay. You know, but once again, as I have let go of my insecurities, it's allowed me to show up differently, to not believe that I need to impress these people, because I found at one point, it was like, I'm working twice the hours of Matt. How is this happening? He wasn't saying, well, you go to this community thing, you go to this community thing, and then you do this social media for the show. I did that because I wanted to be successful. So it wasn't about him. And it took me a minute to get there, to step into my own and just say, wait a minute, it's not about what you do. I'm doing this for the team, yes, because I like to be part of a winning team, but I have a certain standard for myself that has absolutely nothing to do with you, sir. So I don't know what that looks like for you in your industry, but I have to say for me, it took growing into that point where I wasn't afraid to say, hey, if you think that there's someone who's younger and cheaper who can do it, okay, go for it. But it took me a while to get there.
Anybody else have any questions? Whoa, sorry.
Is that it? It's a prayer and meditation. It's a prayer. It's the most important, because there is, you know, without prayer and meditation, you don't get Ramona. Ramina might show up. She is very impatient. She doesn't like it when she showed up without a receipt and you see her shopping there every other day. And I mean, she can get ticked off at the least little thing. For me, that's the most important thing, because generally when I'm not giving you grace, I am not giving myself grace. So when I'm all churned up, the problem isn't the fact that that person was disrespectful in their tone. What do you mean? You look good. Oh, it's, for me, the most important thing I give myself is the daily bread. And for me, it looks a little different. Would I like it to 100 times a day be goldfish and Triscuits with cheese on top? Yes, I would love that to be my daily bread. But the true daily bread that I give myself is a connection with God that says, hey, you got this. I don't know what we're going to face today, but whatever it is, I know you've got this. And I constantly remind myself that I might not feel great today, but it didn't feel great at some point before, and then it turned okay. Or just because it's great today doesn't mean it's always going to be great. So just enjoy it. Don't overthink it. Anxiety can get to that, well, now what's going to happen next? Lord. Do I have time for a quick story?
Yes.
How many minutes do I have?
You have 5 minutes for a quick story.
Okay.
Is that good?
Oh, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Difference between prayer and meditation. I got prayed up this one morning. My mom was still living. We're during the pandemic, which, you know, my shift changed. I went from needing someone to show up at my house at noon to take care of my mom with dementia to needing someone that would show up at 4 a.m. because if my mom heard me getting dressed for work, she'd get up, and then I couldn't get dressed, and it was a whole thing. So we've now switched to mornings. No, we haven't switched to mornings yet. And I know that I've procrastinated, one of my worst. I'm a procrastinator. Yes, I know it feeds my own anxiety. I'm working on myself. Like I said, I'm a work in progress. So I procrastinated getting my the tag on my license changed. I just need to get the car inspected. So I get up extra early, get mom ready. I'm going to take her to daycare. So we get up, I'm heading to daycare, and I know that I have got an expired sticker, but that's okay. As soon as I drop her off, I'm going to stop at the DMV. It's all going to work out. And then we're halfway to daycare, which is going up towards Kings Mountain, because during the pandemic, that was the only place I could find that would take my mom all day. So I'm driving up to Kings Mountain, and mom said, I have to go. And then I smelled the car, and I realized it's too late. It's already happened. So we arrived at this gas station off of 85, one of the gas stations that has the key that's tied to a piece of wood. You know what I'm talking about. If it's an outside, I do not like using the outside restroom. I like a nice QT indoors restroom. So I run in, I tell her to sit in the car, I run in, I get the key on the stick, I go back out to get mom, because I know we're like leaving a snail trail at this point, and it's not gonna be pretty, but at least it's only through the parking lot. So I get her into the restroom, and she's going, oh, this is awful. And she's trying to help me, and I'm like, no, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Oh my gosh, this is awful. No, just keep your hands up. And there's people banging on the door, and then next thing you know, I'm trying to clean up, and I realize I'm now out of baby wipes, and I got to make a run for the car, and I open up the door of the restroom, and there are the police. Someone has called the cops, and I realize in that moment, mom has been yelling, this is awful, and I've been telling her to keep her hands up, and now I'm running out to my expired tag car, and I open up the door of the bathroom, I see the cop, and I'm like, which innocent people don't do. You know what I mean? Innocent people don't do that. They don't open up the door after doing, all I was doing was pooping. You know, they don't say that afterwards, you know? So I open up the door and I go, and I have my key fob in my wallet. So I'm holding up my key fob wallet, and I'm running like, I can't stop, because I've got about 30 seconds before my mom Winnie the Pooh's it into the parking lot, and she doesn't know who the heck I am. Like, what was this woman doing to you? I don't know her. So I'm just running for it to get my baby wipes, and I got the baby wipes, and I just ran back. I didn't even look over at the cop. I just went back in, and I finished getting mom cleaned up. And then I got her in the car. I cleaned up the restroom. It looked better than what I started, because I was determined. I cleaned that place good. But the garbage was, ripe, very ripe. So I go in, you know, after having done my good deed. I've cleaned up my mom, you know, I've cleaned up the restroom. I go back in, and I go to hand the key on the stick to the woman, and she goes, just put it over there. Do you know what I prayed up meant? Instead of me giving it back to her, I realized, okay, you have an outdoor bathroom that has been occupied for the past 30 minutes. You've had people who needed to use that really bad banging on the door. You got people who don't usually frequent your spot in the country driving off-road to come see you, which, you know, it wasn't one of those, you know, food, gas, lodging exits. So she's had a rough day. Then the police come out, and there's, you know, it's a lot. I realized that it wasn't just about me and all I had been through. I literally had a crappy morning. But my response wow, you've had a crappy morning too, and you probably can imagine what that generally looks like after a crappy morning that you think you have to clean up. And she's like, well, thank you for finally bringing back our key. I'm sure you did leave the restroom really nice, thank you. What was I expecting? My expectations change when I give myself grace first. So thank you for being here, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for sharing those stories. They're amazing.
What power? So I'm one of those people, as you probably know, not shy. So there was only like 2 people in the crowd that I didn't know, Kara. So of course I had to go around and meet them and ask what brought them here. And so my friends, raise your hands right here with that saw it from Positively Charlotte. So she says she's running on the treadmill, and she looks up and she sees a little segment promoting this, and she said, it was a moment. It was a calling. She said, I knew at that moment that something was guiding me, that something told me, makes me get teary-eyed, that I needed to be at this event. And that made me realize that this is what this is about, that we have a moment here. All of these stories are inspiring, but they all touch a different note. Not all of us is dealing with aging parents, right? Not all of us are dealing with our careers and jealousy and all the things that go along with that, or balancing everything. So what I really love is that our speakers are all genuine and unique, but all are presenting something that I feel will touch each and every one of your lives today. So when she told me that, it really gave me chills, because I thought, this is why we're here today. So our next speaker, speaking of things that happen in life, she called me last week and she said, Deborah, I have something to share with you. My father is dying. He's in hospice. Not sure when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. She says, but I'm going to show up for you. She called me on Friday. She said, I had been in probate court. Father had a will. Everything, I's dotted, T's crossed. But when he passed and when he listed the house for sale, 2 different times of their life. So she was in probate court on Friday, but she said, I'm showing up for you. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm very transparent when I say I'm 63 years old and it takes a whole lot of work, Kara, to keep this up. So I also know that my inner work is really good because I have a great therapist. And this happens to be my therapist. I mean, there's a whole lot of talk goes on in that sofa. But she's amazing because she's going to touch on all aspects of life. So no matter what the walk is that you're going through, she is here. We fielded questions because we knew there would be a million questions, but not everybody feels comfortable asking questions about anxiety, or asking questions about sex, or asking questions about body image. Not everybody feels like they want to raise up their praise to Jesus. Call me. Not everybody's that comfortable. So we fielded a lot of questions, and she's going to go over those questions that she sent in as well as her talk, but she's also going to open the floor up for any questions that you may have that you didn't send on your emails. So who is it, Carol?
So Dr. Laurenti is a licensed psychologist with over 28 years of experience, working with a diverse range of patients, from Charlotte's homeless to its household names. A graduate of Hamilton College and the University of Albany. All right, upstate New York girl, you and me, yes. It's a great place to train because you don't want to go outside for about 9 months of the year. She's published and presented research on important topics like perfectionism and social support. When she's not helping others, Dr. Laurenti finds her own therapy through her Labrador Retriever and her garden. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yep. I'm Helene Laurenti. I have a lot of content. My goal is that this is going to be like a bonus therapy hour. But the downside is that I'm catching you at the 3 o'clock slump, which is literally the time of day people's attention sucks. So before I even talk to you about anything, I'm actually going to toss out one of the best techniques right off the bat, okay? It's the fastest way to get you to concentrate, calm down, and start to actually feel better emotionally. It's proper deep breathing. You can Google lots of ways to do this. I am not a fancy person. I'm going to demonstrate it first, okay? The only thing I care about is that you close your mouth on the inhale and you only inhale through your nose. That's it. So I'll try to do it without talking. I'm going to breathe in through my nose. Hold, 2, 3. Doesn't really matter how long, till you're comfortable. Exhale out your mouth, your nose. Slow, slow, slow. Again, I don't even care how you exhale. If you would like, you can close your eyes, because this is to get everybody's frontal lobes fired up, okay? Close your eyes, and you want to breathe in deep through your nose. Hold, 2, 3, out through your mouth. Slow, slow, slow. One more. In through your nose, hold, 2, 3, out through your mouth, slow, slow, slow. Okay. That is, if you were hooked up to a biofeedback machine, your body would already start to go into anti-inflammation and start to de-stress. Here's why it works. All of the oxygen is going in through your nose, so it's landing in your lungs. Your lungs send a signal of safety up to your brain, and it shuts off your amygdala. That's your fight or flight center. It's tiny. It's like the size of a walnut in the back of your brain. It's usually a giant pain in the ass, and we usually have it running. So as a preventive, you actually want to try to shut it off several times a day. Once your amygdala is shut off, your frontal lobe is turned on and you are dialed in. And so now we can actually get going. All right. Yeah, I'm a psychologist. Deborah pointed to some things. I'm definitely human. Actually, in the last 9 months, I could share that I had all new coworkers. My longtime coworker moved out of state. I shipped my eldest off to college far, far away. I moved my dad into assisted living. Then I moved him into memory care. My dear father-in-law died. My husband was hospitalized and almost died. My youngest started middle school and started producing hormones. I got diagnosed with my own health issue, which is not a shocker. And yes, 12 days ago, my dad was hospitalized. Last week, he died. By Monday, I have to clear out his apartment, and I close on his house on Wednesday. So I'm not going to lie, and I wasn't transparent with Deborah, but I did think about canceling today. But honestly, only for a minute, and that's like the most solid proof I can give you that I actually really wanted to be here, and I think it is that important that when you have a chance, you could talk about mental health, mental illness, because we don't do it nearly enough, and I'll share more about that later. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. I notice a couple of guys in the room this morning and this afternoon. I'm going to nod to them. Believe it or not, men sometimes have mental health concerns and issues. And they're special, and they are going to take up their own day or 2 or 3 at some other time. Today, I'm mostly digging into specific vulnerabilities that women have, because we actually have quite a few. And bottom line, the way I see it, women take care of men and women. Like, if we are not well, and speakers spoke to that today, if we're not well, nobody is well, right? Okay. So, put your thinking caps on for me. What do you think is the most common mental health issue, diagnosis, illness on the planet, in the US, in the Queen City? All right, so I'm hearing anxiety, depression. Did I hear substance abuse? Yes, okay. So it's a super smart group. Yes, one of you has it. The most common mental health diagnosis on the planet and here is actually alcoholism. Okay, yep. If I asked you to close your eyes, think of an alcoholic, a specific one or in generics. Most of us would picture a man. About a decade ago, women became the fastest growing group of alcoholics in the country, ages 30 to 50. Lots of reasons for that. Knowledge is power. I am going to give you the most up-to-date information the APA has. In the last 2 years, women have surpassed men with alcoholism. And this is the one thing, like, we don't want to beat guys on that, but knowledge is power. I like a cocktail, but you just need to kind of know that. Most people would be surprised. Okay. Other specific vulnerabilities for women, eating disorders, lots of topics throughout today. You can picture why that is. Women dominate that category. 90% of eating disorders are women, right? I did hear anxiety. Anxiety always wants to be number one, but women actually have specific problems with it. They're twice as likely to be diagnosed with anxiety or a panic disorder. The main thing I actually want you to take away is you're not like doing something wrong if you've suffered from anxiety, especially if you are a woman. It's not just about controlling your thoughts. In the last 2 years, the research is showing very clear ties between anxiety and panic and estrogen and progesterone. So it's not just like you willing certain thoughts in your head. The cool thing, I love treating anxiety, it's super, super treatable. But you just have to know it, and I get tired of seeing people really beat themselves up for having it, okay? All right. Depression, somebody said it. We have to talk about it. If you're living a full life, almost everybody in this room is at some point in your life going to meet the criteria for some type of depression, okay? The most depressed segment of our population, and this has been for decades, is moms with 3 or more kids under the age of 5. So think about people in your own life. Just think about, like, look past Facebook and what they're posting. Who do you have to, like, lean into and check in on? The second most depressed segment of our population is moms with 3 or more kids, period, any age, probably because we worry about our kids until we're dead, right? There are 2 types of depression that are only women, okay? Postpartum depression is one. White moms, 15% of them at least will have postpartum depression. Latina moms, at least 33% will have postpartum. The sad stat is that over half never get diagnosed, never get treated, never get anything. It's really dangerous, and they're caring for others. So that's a specific kind of depression that's really dangerous. Okay. I don't want self-disclosure, but like raise your hand if you've known a woman with alcohol problems. Good, that's good. That's scary, but like we have to talk about it, the number will get bigger. Raise your hand if you know a woman with an eating disorder. Yeah. How about an anxiety disorder? Yes, good, super, and as we get more stress, that's gonna go up. Depression, garden variety depression, yes, good. How about postpartum depression? Yes, yep, that's about the amount that is in the population, so you guys are aware. Last type of depression that's only women, it's called antepartum depression or antenatal depression. Most people have never heard of it, but this one can be supremely dangerous actually because it's clinical depression while you're pregnant. And so you've actually got 2 patients. The baby is feeling everything the mom is. So because people don't talk about that one as much, I'll give you one quick story and about like where the system sort of fails us. I knew one woman who, she was mentally very functional, never had depression before. She got pregnant and she knew right away kind of something was wrong. And she started to get all these kinds of symptoms. It's tricky to medicate this one because you're pregnant, so technique number 2 for you to file away, She really successfully used exercise to help manage that. So she got into this routine where she worked out every morning, and then chemically that like stabilized her throughout the day because she had to function. She had a job, she had family, other people. But you know, chemicals on average last about 8 hours, maybe 10. So what she described is that every day while pregnant, so that would be like, imagine today through the end of June, 4th of July. In the evening, she had anxiety, some OCD kinds of tendencies. She never really slept well. She started to get dark thoughts, catastrophic thoughts. She was worried about everybody. She couldn't turn her brain off. She was losing weight. And antepartum depression is also like very chemical. It happens kind of overnight. And so what she noticed is she would sort of situate her other kid, get dinner going, and then she would go into another room where no one saw her, and she would cry. She would just have like a chemical letdown. And there wasn't a reason for it, but it just kind of happened. So fast forward, she's in the hospital and she has a baby and she's already exhausted. And she was on top of it. Again, she knew something was going on. So on the little survey, and this is a Charlotte hospital, you know, probably most of you have seen it, been there. She's just very honest. She lists out all the symptoms and says, hey, I have been dealing with this every day through my pregnancy. I'm already fried. I'm a little worried. I'm going to bring the baby home. And if it doesn't, you know, go away, get better, like, what do I do? I'm going to have to talk to somebody about medication, therapy, something. So the nurse comes in and takes the survey and runs through it silently and enters it all like into the database. And you can tell, that woman could tell the nurse was registering what she was typing. And she looks up at the patient and she reaches her hand out on the bed and she says to her, any guesses? That's something reassuring maybe. All right, so the nurse actually said nothing to the patient. Sort of an empathy failure right there, right? Because this woman is being vulnerable. Nurse takes off. Lactation specialist comes in. I guess that's literally the touchy-feely person, right? She's all up in the patient's Kool-Aid. She takes the chart. She looks on the computer. She reads everything, and she says nothing. Eventually, the medical doctor comes in, examines the patient, sits there, gets the chart, reads through everything. This woman said he actually like made some utterance, like, looks up at her and says, so you're ready for discharge tomorrow. Okay, supremely dangerous. And that's why I'm here too, is because nobody talks about it. I mean, sometimes even the experts don't talk about it. Raise your hand if you think you know a woman who had antepartum depression like that. Oh, good. It's not as known, but that's good to see some hands up. You can all raise your hands because that woman was me. Okay, so that is why also I am here. All right, so what do? We can't always even rely on the system for help. We have to help ourselves. We have to help other people. I'm going to throw out some techniques to you. And the top one where patients, sometimes years after I've stopped seeing them, they will write to me and say, like, this is what changed my life, or this is the thing that stayed in my head and rang for me. Out of all of it, it's probably this next thing. I really try to use mindfulness in my practice and in my life. People have gotten better at hearing about being mindful, but I want to make sure everybody is clear on exactly how to employ it. So step one, you anchor your thoughts in the here and now, okay? Look, we all have busy lives, so I realistically would say the here and now is from now until like maybe the next 2 weeks, okay? Look at your life, look at what you got on tap. All right, step two, Sort out what you're looking at into two piles. You've got stuff you cannot control. For me, that pile is always bigger. And then you look at the second pile, and that's what you can control. You can sink your teeth into it. So that helps narrow focus and give somebody some direction, right? All right. Step 3, this is the most challenging for people. You are trying to have what they call radical acceptance, that everything is good and bad, okay? Speakers spoke about that really well today, but it's still really challenging for us to do. When we're stressed out, we tend to go all or nothing. It's good, bad, right, wrong, perfect, or garbage. Okay. So the best tool I'm going to give you is, it's actually a really well-known story. It's a mindfulness story. I'm going to spend a couple minutes on it. It always stays with my patients. The farmer in the story basically shows us exactly how to be mindful. He's my role model. And the villagers in the story represent anxiety and depression. So anxiety runs in the future. It's like, what if, what if? Ramona pointed to that. Depression goes into the past and reviews what's already done and says, oh, would have, could have, should have. So the villagers represent anxiety and depression. Okay, so there once was a farmer, and you can look it up by Good, Bad, Who Knows. That's one of the titles. There's a few versions of it online. All right, there is a farmer. He has a horse. And the villagers come by, and they've got to evaluate or judge that. And they said, oh, you made a good decision. You bought a horse. You can plow faster than we can. Good for you. It's a good investment. And the farmer is mindful, and he says, good, bad, who knows? I like my horse. I'm going to use him today. All right. The next day, his horse runs away. The villagers come by and say, oh, don't you regret buying a horse? You spent money on it, cared for it. He screwed you over, and he left. And the farmer said, well, I couldn't predict that. No one has a crystal ball into the future. It is done. I'll control what I can. I'll plow by hand. The next week, his horse comes back with a herd of wild horses. The villagers come by, and they've got to always analyze and interpret, and they don't tolerate that anything could just be, right? So they say, oh, the universe must be rewarding you for being patient. I would have chased my horse, but now you've got all these horses, and you're the richest guy in the land. Good for you. Wise move. And the farmer says, I'm not going to take credit. What does he say? Good, bad, who knows, right? And look, 3 o'clock slump. I'm usually talking to a bunch of shrinks about research. Like, I'm not setting the bar high. You gotta be louder than they are, okay? More animated. So then one day, a wild horse rears up and kicks his kid and almost kills him. And the villagers go bananas with that. Oh, you must really regret keeping wild animals. What the heck were you thinking? What a huge mistake. What does your son think? And the farmer says, good, bad, who knows? Yeah. The village goes to war. His kid gets a desk job because he can't be drafted as a regular soldier. It cranks on to infinity. You get the gist. And you heard the other speakers pointing to that. That radical acceptance that everything is good and bad is really challenging, but if you want to work on anything that's going to full sweep hit, and yes, as they said, I took some of your questions and sculpted this talk around hitting them. That one hits like all of them, okay, so far. All right. The good, bad, right, wrong, it's perfect or it's crap, that really gets into our thoughts a lot. That's a whole thought process. Outside of the office, my research background is perfectionism. And I will tell you that if you start to peel apart trying to be perfect, that's going to change how you attack life. The one thing women judge and evaluate the most and the most harshly is themselves. Absolutely. And we don't do it in isolation. So women, the science says, are very social creatures, and so we compare ourselves to other women the most. And women actually scope out other women physically more than men's brains scope out women's bodies. And Kara's nodding and knows all about that. You can't change the wiring of your brain, but you can change how you use comparison points. So this is another technique, okay? Here's how it works. We have upward social comparison points. It's where the grass is greener, someone looks prettier, someone has it easier or better, okay? Or it's a goal I can't achieve yet. If you only seem surrounded by and flooded by these upward social comparisons, it's going to correlate with depression for you. You're going to feel or think you're last in line. And the hard part is it doesn't take any effort to have upward social comparisons. They're right there in our face. Charlotte's a very pretty town. You'll see it everywhere. The technique to combat that feeling is cognitive balance, and how you achieve it is you give yourself, you have to look over your shoulder. We're never last in line. Bombs are not falling on our heads. None of us are starving today. The hurricane, great example. So you look at some other situation that's happening that makes yours be in the middle for you. It's not being mean, even if you do it with like physical features with other people, it's not taking pleasure from somebody else's pain or being a bad person. You have to note that there are downward social comparisons. They exist all the time. And what that does on this like mental measuring stick in our minds is it normalizes my situation, helps me feel like I can actually cope. Okay? All right. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm really targeting your questions. Okay. Go back to perfectionism, because that's often lingering out on the upward side of the measuring stick for us. One of my favorite researchers, his name is Dave Carbonell, and he boils things down really, really quickly. He says, you've got two things with everything in life. You can approach or you're avoiding, and that's it. So I don't want you to say it out loud, but mentally take a second and think about something in your own personal life. What are you avoiding right now? And you can keep thinking about it through the day. I would tell you to try to do that. If you have that struggle, he wants you to answer 3 questions, okay? 1, if I approach this thing, what is the worst thing that could possibly happen to me? And he's a pretty funny guy, and he actually wants you to come up with the worst case scenario in your head. 2, what's the statistical chance the worst case scenario is actually gonna happen to you? This helps bring us back to reality a little bit, because nothing's 100% guaranteed, especially the worst case scenarios, right? So it's gonna make it feel even maybe 50-50, but that's a lot better than some big thing to fear. Question 3, even if the worst thing happens, are you in any worse a spot than if you avoided it? No. Almost always, especially with like everyday stuff that we like rack our minds around, it's always no. You may as well approach. 100% of life regrets are what? Avoids. Really, truly, I don't know a lot of people who approached, tried something, even if they fell flat, that didn't get something out of it and weren't okay later on. So that's huge advice I have for you. Approach, approach, approach. It's the answer even to some of the questions submitted. Okay. let's talk about relationships. We'll jump to that for a second. When I want people to approach, I'm actually telling you to even approach conflict. I would much rather you have an uncomfortable conversation with somebody, point something tough out, or even argue, than to internalize it and keep it to yourself and stew on it and stuff on it. Internalizing is the top cause of anxiety and depression. Okay. Now, when we're talking about relationships, the most effective way to look at them, to work with them, are in what we call a dyad. It's two people. It's person A and person B, and they have a relationship. If you live in a house of 4, you have 3 separate dyads. If something's going really, really well or really, really lousy, you want to go directly to that person. And so additional advice is try to avoid what we call triangulating. That's when you're pulling in a third party, or you're invoking somebody else, or it's 2 people talking about somebody who's not there. The most effective thing, biggest bang for your buck, is always, always the dyad, right? Okay. I'm going to get to questions soon, but I guess I'm going to wrap it around the most important relationship you've got, and that is the one with yourself. The questions submitted, things other speakers talked about today, they have to do with, and they boil down, trace back to, however you're talking to yourself all the time. One of my favorite homeworks, and I try to do it like most nights, is at the end of the day, reflect back on your day and try to identify 3 things that you're really pleased with yourself about. It could be 3 things that like you pushed yourself through and you did. It could be some things that you're pleased that you could have done impulsively and you didn't, you refrained from it or slept on it. When you can wrap the day up paying attention to something you did right, something you did well, something you had purpose for, you're starting to speak kindly to yourself and acknowledge yourself. And that's huge in dismantling a lot of those villager kinds of thoughts and judgments. Okay, makes sense? Okay, all right. I'm going to get to some questions. The first one will wake people up too. All right, I'm just going to read right from them. And this might seem like speed dating kinds of questions, but I tried to give like at least a technique to every question. All right, number 1. How can I communicate my sexual needs and boundaries more openly with my partner without feeling anxious or uncomfortable? All right, I'm gonna give you, I don't give a lot of like recommendations on readings. I will give you one quick reco. It's Lori Mintz, and you're never gonna forget the title. It's called Becoming Clitorate, and it is about orgasm equality. And it's a really good read. There are actual photographs, but the thing that I would tell you is approach your partner. Don't wait to feel comfortable to actually say something about needs or boundaries. All of the science says, all right, if your partner is a guy, men are proven to be very achievement-oriented, let's say, with sex. So if you say what you want, they're gonna listen. And if your partner is a woman, science says women listen. And so either way, you're gonna win. You should talk to them and approach. Don't let any kind of fear hold you back on that one, all right? Okay, number 2. All right, why do I constantly feel like I'm not good enough no matter how much I achieve? And how can I break out of this mindset? The why is society and social media and some stuff people touched on today, for sure. We could go on for hours on that. How to break out of it. This is one homework I actually really like, and this is for somebody who is, I'm gonna guess anything. That question comes out of trying to be perfect again. So the homework is take an everyday circumstance and think about what goal are you trying to achieve. And instead of shooting for whatever that picture looks like, I want you to shave it down to about 80% of that picture and just do that. Start there, stop there. That's it. So like Ramona was talking about, nobody's going to come in and say, oh my God, you didn't vacuum, right? Say you're entertaining. Usually the picture in the mind is, okay, I've got to clean the house, I've got to buy groceries, prep the food, then I've got to get changed, look a certain way. And then my friends will come over, we'll have fun, it'll be great. That's too much of 100% kind of perfect picture, it just adds stress. What you're trying to do is just 80%, and then your friends come over and you realize you had fun anyway and it was great. And when you actually experience those times, that's just like a small example, but that experiential learning is how you start to realize, oh my God, I was like overachieving. I was over-functioning. I mean, honestly, I am preaching to that group because if you're here the day after a hurricane on a Saturday and you don't have to be here, you're over-functioners already. So I actually would challenge you, just do 80% of what you think is needed. Okay? All right. 3, how can I better manage stress from balancing work, family, personal life? I am always a basket case. This one made me smile, and a lot of people can appreciate this. So what I would say is, dear basket case, you are not alone, all right? The Surgeon General has declared a mental health crisis. For parents, 4 out of 10 people are having mental and physical health problems due to it. I've got one kid right now in school that I have to manage communications for, and I only let him be in one thing at a time, so he's in one sport. And there was one day this month I got 40 communications from the school and the sport alone that were kind of dumb, okay? So you're not alone, and I say that because the question's being asked as though that person's doing something wrong. And I actually think the long-term answer on this is we probably all need to start to communicate to the systems that are ruling us. So not just schools and parenting stuff. I think some of the office stuff that I hear in my office with patients is out of control. Start to communicate to the systems. Tell them it's untenable. Tell them I've got this much of what they're asking. And eventually I do think that systems start to like learn and adjust and adapt, but right now you're not delusional and you're not doing anything wrong. Now, there is one homework I like to do. It's called a cushion day. It's the opposite of a mental health day. Mental health day, oh my God, I'm already a basket case, I'm fried, I'm behind, so I've got to take the day off. Those aren't, like, they're not very productive, and people usually are more stressed after they took a mental health day. Even kids who are out of school, now they're screwed, they have more work, it's awful. A cushion day is kind of the opposite. Ideally, if you could pick one random day for the quarter, so now till the end of the calendar year, reserve it, block it off, and don't tell anybody, and hold it sacred. And it does a couple of things. When you get to that day, you can just knock a whole lot of stuff out and catch up and finally get to things that were driving you crazy. It also reduces stress leading up to the day, because if you have anything happen that's like unexpected and it throws you a curveball and you're like, oh my gosh, where am I going to find the time to do that now? You reduce your stress, you just tend to it. You say, okay, I took November 1st off, that's my cushion day, no one can find me, I'll deal with it then. And so that actually really does help with work-life balance. I like that one a lot. Okay. Question, why do I feel guilty prioritizing my own needs and self-care? This one struck me. Guilt is often old. So the why is it comes from your messengers. It could be anything from upbringing, parenting, religion. It might be current with like what people around you are broadcasting to you. When people use the word guilt to describe how they're feeling, I would say you might want to explore that a little bit in therapy. That wouldn't hurt. But a strategic homework in the meantime is, one of my supervisors actually was involved in this research. It was quite famous. They studied every word in the English dictionary, and they determined that should is one of the most toxic words we can use, especially if it's in our own self-talk. I should blah, blah, blah. I shouldn't la, la, la. And it really tugs at and fuels guilt. Another one is ought. So a homework that really helps is try to listen to your thoughts. When you're feeling guilty, back up. What sentences were you just saying? And if you ever hear those words, my guess is you might, just try to reframe it in something healthier. I mean, it depends on the example, but I like I will, I might, I can, that kind of thing. All right, makes sense? Yeah. How do I improve communications with my partner? This was a great one. I've boiled it down. I don't have a lot of citations for this, but I like to tell couples in my office, I've got 2 rules. Rule number 1, say what you mean, don't say any shit you don't mean, okay? Don't blurt something out. If you do, strike from the record, retract, reword it, whatever. Say what you actually mean. Rule number 2, trust what the other person says is what they actually mean. They're a big girl or boy, and if we're all trying to be mindful and follow these 2 rules, you're going to stumble a little bit in the beginning, but over time, I just find that's how you get 2 individuals getting super aware of how they're communicating and actually taking a beat, using the right words and descriptions, and that brings that dyad into like a stronger place. They start to communicate a lot better. It's great to role model with kids too. So that's my fast answer on that one. Okay, just a couple more. Why do I struggle with my body image and self-worth? The why is society and all of the same answers. The thing that struck me about that question, and this is, I've had actually almost verbatim that kind of question posed to me, I don't know how many times. It is super common. My answer for it is, I actually want you to separate those 2 things out. That is your first homework. Your body image is not your self-worth. Your body, and I think you could speak to this spiritually, but you could speak to it psychologically too. Your body's your shell. And it's awesome to actually really honor it, take care of it. I want a pretty shell. I want to polish it, right? But that's not your self-worth. And if you tie those 2 things together too much, that's when you get into all those traps with the upward social comparisons and negative self-talk, et cetera, anxiety, depression, all of that. So my big homework on that one is actually slice and dice. Like those 2 things are totally separate, okay? The homework for really tying into my self-worth and starting to understand it is the one I said before. At the end of the day, reflect back, pick 3 things you're really pleased with yourself on. And they're probably not going to be then just 3 physical attributes. They're going to be things you did. And that's when you'll actually start to feel it. You do that for a month, you're going to start to feel it. Okay. How can I heal from past trauma and move forward? This one popped out to me too. Trauma is a big deal. I talk about lowercase and capital T traumas. Lowercase t might be I'm in a car accident, but I didn't think I was going to die. Capital T trauma could be rape, could be that you saw someone die. Those stories always stick in my head for years. I would tell you that's a clear thing. If you think you meet the criteria for trauma, I would try to carve out time to seek professional guidance. Here's a caveat. I can't believe it, but in the last year, I've seen more advertisements, and I know there's other counselors in the crowd. I don't know if you've experienced this. Advertisements of people saying they are trauma experts and trauma coaches, and they're actually saying, don't waste a lot of time and money in therapy. We're gonna like dive right into it and get to the nitty-gritty with your trauma. That kind of thing freaks me out. So I would go to a professional who actually has a license that's governed by the state and overseen by the state. There are some specific kinds of therapies. One is called EMDR. It's very good. I used to practice it myself, but it's not the end-all be-all, and you don't have to find an EMDR person either. You need to have somebody that you're really, really comfortable and safe with, and they have to be a professional. The other thing I would tell you in the meantime, just be patient. So I really like also for an expert to look up David Kessler. He's a protege of Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. They literally wrote the books on death and dying, on grief and grieving. They're the names for healing. And however they calculated it, they are absolutely spot on. It will take a good 5 years to heal from a trauma to the point where you don't feel like that wound is just gonna like bust open. It takes maybe into year 3 for you to start to feel more like yourself. You're adjusting to like someone you don't quite know those first 2 years. So that's my homework with trauma. Please be patient with yourself and don't expect it to go quick. All right. Last one, because we want to hear Anna too. What are some tips and coping mechanisms to use when trying to process situations that cause anxiety? I love this one. I do this a lot in my office. It's a mindfulness technique, and it employs a lot of the little pieces. It's a 5 senses technique. I'm going to actually tell you, try to do it a little bit every day before there's an anxiety-provoking situation. It is most effective with practice and in a preventive format. And what it does is it turns that amygdala off and turns your frontal lobe on, and then something can come across you and stress you out. But you're starting at a 0, so you're not going to crest into real palpable anxiety if you do a reset several times a day. So the way to do it is pick one of your 5 senses. I like sounds, but this room is too quiet. So I also could do a visual. Somebody yell out a color. Pink. Pink is a good one. All right, so we're just going to sit in the here and now, and for a minute or 2 on the clock, I won't even push it that long, but that's how it would take to get your frontal lobe on. That's how long. And all you're going to do is just observe all the places where you see pink. So I see this balloon, lovely, and this one too. I see all of the ones on the walls. I see a pink outfit. I see another pink outfit. I see pink in the flowers on the tables. I see a pink shirt back there. I see some more pink in the crowd. I see a pink, is that a Stanley? Okay. I see actually a shade of pink now outside the doorway. And once I pick up on something very, very subtle, where there's pink, maybe in that red tapestry, something that I would have otherwise ignored. Oh, on the chair back there. That's my proof. I'm concentrating, my frontal lobe is fired up, my amygdala is down, it's to 0, and I'm going to get through whatever like anxiety situations are happening next. Make sense? Okay, good. I'm going to leave you with this. Remember the homework I told you about, the self-worth? At the end of the day, think of 3 things you push yourself through or that you're happy you did. Tonight, coming here will be one of my 3 things. So I truly appreciate you having me, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
So we are going to open it up to a few questions.
Oh, I can. Yeah, sure.
So we are going to open it up to just maybe 3 questions. We're going to have Helene take back the stage. Sorry. Does anybody have any questions? I know this can be a little bit sensitive that you want to say out loud. No. Okay, that's fine. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so everybody give Helene a round of applause again. Yes.
What was the insight for Helene? So mine was good, bad, who knows? Because that is the scenario in our heads, right? We don't know what's going to happen, but we sometimes make these scenarios up. And we always think the worst case is going to happen. I'm not sure why we do that, but that was like a great little exercise she gave us and some references. So I just got so much out of that. Did you, Kara?
Absolutely.
All right, so our last guest, when Alexis introduced me, she talked about my little models in the making classes. And this was actually one of my students. She was one of my very first students in Models in the Making. She was not gifted with a silver spoon. So she didn't have family members that were going to pay her way to Harvard or law school or any of that. This girl worked really hard. I remember going to many restaurants where she was a waitress. And she put herself through college, put herself through law school, has the biggest growing practices in North and South Carolina, and has 4 children. So there's a lot going on with her. So I'm excited to have her as one of my speakers tonight, because when we talk about being a superwoman and juggling and having all the stuff, none of us can have all the stuff. She's going to walk you through what her life looks like, doing all the juggling, but also being a good mom, being someone that's a community leader, growing her business. Her Tatum's here today, yay! And how to make it all work without feeling guilty. Who is it, Kara?
So Anna N. Blood. Okay, first of all, great name for a lawyer. Would be a bad name for me. Founding and managing attorney at Blood Law, again, spectacular name, has over a decade of experience in the legal profession. Known for her fierce advocacy and compassion, Anna is dedicated to protecting her client rights, especially in family law, a practice she's deeply passionate about. As a mother of 4 and a child of divorce herself, she understands the challenges her clients face and provides a unique, empathetic approach. Anna. Yay.
Whoop. Can y'all hear me? Okay, so I'm going to try to make this exciting. Do you guys need to stand up? Does anybody need to stand up and stretch? Stand up for a minute and stretch. I know it's a long day. And if you feel compelled to stand while I talk, please do. That's okay. It's been a long, long day. So, and I'm going to involve you guys in the discussion. I'm not going to just stand here and talk for 30 minutes. So I'm going to ask you guys to chime in and tell me a little bit about yourself and your story. So a little bit about me. My name's Anna Blood. I'm a divorce attorney, but I'm also a wife and a mom and a business owner. And I love talking with women or men too, not to discriminate against the guys, but about being a business owner. And that's what I'm really passionate about. Obviously, I'm a practitioner of law, but first and foremost, I'm a business owner. And so I love talking to women about that.
and sharing my success stories, my challenges, and tips and tricks, and just being real with people and talking about things that everybody, you know, doesn't always talk about. So I love sharing those experiences with people. And something that I always like to tell people when I get together with a group is today is actually my oldest son's 13th birthday. His name is Richard, and he is on the autism spectrum. And I like to share that with people because we've been through a really long journey with him, and there's not a lot of resources out there. So I always like to just open that up and share that. And if there's, you know, somebody who's struggling with that, or you know, a friend or a parent, please like come up to me at the end. I love to share that story. And every time I come and speak with a group and I tell somebody that, I always have a mom come up and say, yeah, I've got this friend that, you know, is really struggling, and I've got my son in a great private school here in Charlotte that specializes in kids that are on the spectrum. And so I love sharing that part of my life, because it's Richard's made me, he made me a mom, but he also made me who I am, and he's helped me with my resilience. So I like to share that a little bit. And about my firm, so Blood Law is the name, and we do family law. So that's everything from grandparents' rights, custody, child support. We do estate planning, which is, you know, the drafting of the will, and to the administration, which is after somebody's passed away, executing their will. But we're more than just a law firm, we're a family. So I'm really selective about who I hire and who I bring onto the practice. Tatum's our director of communications, and she works one-on-one with me on, you know, engaging with the community, doing events around the town, out in the community. And we have several offices across the Carolinas. So when I started this business, I started with just me. So I literally rented a room in downtown Waxhaw with my baby, no money, and just really worked, you know, just, there's no substitute for hard work, right? And just grit and getting out there and doing it. And a lot of it, I tell people, is just luck. Some of it is being the right place, the right time. You know, you have opportunities. And when I meet with groups and talk to them about building their business, you know, when you're starting a business, you know, you don't usually have any overhead, so, I mean, any money to get started. So how do you get things going? You know, you just use the resources that you have. Like, I had a friend that was a mom friend that she helped me build my first website. She helped me start running my first advertising that I have. I mean, we had, you know, no money for that. Now we're spending, you know, almost $100,000 a month on just advertising, right? And so we've got 7 different locations. So, but I didn't always have that budget. So, you know, we've grown and evolved. And one thing about owning a business is you have to be adaptable. There are going to be challenges. You're going to fail, and that's okay. You just have to learn from those. And I wish that somebody had told me how hard it was going to be. You know, you're going to cry, or you're going to scream, you're going to be frustrated. And I'm a really, really passionate person, and that comes across with anybody that knows me. But it's, you know, the hits are going to keep on coming, and you just got to, you know, keep moving on. Like Kara, I'm sure you know, owning a business is not hard. Like, this is tough stuff. And about a year ago, I always like to share this too. I read a book called Traction, and it's about an entrepreneur operating system. So when I was really trying to scale the business, I was, you know, started looking into, you know, I really should get a consultant, you know, reading these different books like Scale or Fail, you know, what do you do? So I looked into this EOS process, and I ended up hiring a consultant. Her name is Brandon, and I'd be happy to share her information with anybody. And she's essentially helped our team build like a management team, get us kind of on this account, you know, doing accountability and helping us really set a good foundation for growth. So, you know, your team is the most important thing. You know, I surround myself with really good people, but not everybody's going to, you know, work out, you know, especially in our industry. I was talking to Alexis earlier. The legal industry is super competitive, and I think, you know, our industry, like anything else, COVID really changed the world. So there's a lot of people that used to be in the industry that aren't. So, you know, jobs right now are super competitive. People are coming and going, so that can be just a challenge. You know, you have to always be ready to just sort of take the market as it is and constantly evolve and be adaptable. Does anybody in here own a business? Okay, I'd like to hear from anybody who'd like to share. Share a challenge that you have with that, and then share like a strength or a tip or trick that you have. Kara, you want to go first since I talked to you early? Since I called you out already?
So we opened our practice here living in Chicago. And so we ended up starting to pay rent on our office before we were even here because we had established contracts with insurance companies and medical license, et cetera. And I would say, especially in, not loud enough?
Now we can hear you better.
Okay, so,
Oh,
you know, especially
there you go.
in our field, like reputation is everything. So you move into a new area, it's going to be hard to develop a patient base. So we started our practice right in 2008, and that's when the economy tanked. And
Yeah.
so that was not a great time to start a business. And I would say we went into at least, I don't know, $400,000 in debt, like credit card debt, in order to get started. And it wasn't until the reconstruction aspect of our practice, by going out and meeting and showing that we're available and affable and willing to do whatever at whatever time for our referring surgeons, were we able to pay our bills. So, you know, and we have been very, very selective about who we have on our team. And I think, you know, my team's amazing. So, and I think that's taken, we've been in practice 17 years. And it was, the first couple were a little dicey. It was a little dicey, 2008,
Yeah, it's hard to find the right people, isn't it?
Yes.
So what's a tip you can give people that are business owners?
I would say be out in your community, make contacts with people, and really be available for anybody or everybody that wants you to do work with them. And I think that's the major thing. Just be out, be there, be available at night, be available on weekends. Have those conversations, show good work, show that you have good work, show that you have good work ethic. All of those things. If you show that you're like a good, trustworthy, hardworking person, that speaks for itself. And once you've made those contacts, they're going to tell other people, and that's a great way to build your business.
Absolutely, thank you. Anybody else want to share? Come on, at least one more. Somebody? No? Y'all had a bunch of hands up.
We have somebody else.
Hi, my name's Temi, and I am the owner of T's Jewelry Designs, and I make and design upcycled and repurposed jewelry. I started my venture during COVID, and I was stuck in the house working from home and couldn't go anywhere. So I started taking stuff from my own personal things. I used to be an event decorator part-time before COVID struck, and of course all events shut down, so I had all this inventory, and by then I was starting to get a little tired of event decorating because I was getting up there in the age, and it's a very physical type of business, a lot of walking, moving, carrying, lifting. So I had already been wary of continuing with my event decorating, so I decided, you know, one day I was just sitting around and playing, you know, just using my creative gifts and just playing around with jewelry, and took a pair of shoes that I had before and I liked the bling on it, and took it and cut it up because it was old, because I started cleaning out. Again, with COVID, you start cleaning out your closet and throwing things away, and I'm like, I don't want to throw that away, you know, like, I don't want to, that's how you become a hoarder. But anyway, so I started cutting things up and making jewelry out of them and posting them on Instagram and on my Facebook, and I got a lot of response from people when I was telling them how I was making these things, and like, wow, I want that. You know, could you make one for me? And I decided I'll turn it into a business. So I pivoted from event decorating to jewelry making. Upcycled, repurposed, hand-painted, handmade, anything I can think of, anything that comes to me in the middle of the night when I jump up out of bed and my husband says, where are you going? And I'm like, I have an idea, I have to go try it out. And so it's been good. I retired from my full-time job with the county in March of this year, so I'm full-time doing jewelry now, and I sell mostly on Instagram. And just so you guys know, I'm also open at Southern Lion Charlotte. That's that new fun home place in Carolina Place Mall. So I'm in space 703B, so come and look at my stuff and shop.
So is there a tip you want to share with us?
It's a question. It's the struggle I'm having is growing my business. Since I want to make this a full-time thing now, how do I grow the business? On the one hand, I want to grow it. On the other hand, I'm afraid for it to grow because I'm afraid, can I handle it if it grows too big? But at the same time, I want this to be a successful business. Does anybody have a tip for that?
Yeah, so something that my coach, we always talk about, is delegate to elevate, which means you can't wear every hat, you can't do everything in the business. So when you're ready to grow, you have to take off some of those hats and you have to delegate those, but you got to delegate them to the right people. So again, getting the right people in the right seats, the right people on your team. You know, when I first started, it was just me. I hired, my first employee was a part-time paralegal that just came in and signed documents. That's grown now. We have, a 25+ member team. You just, as time goes on, you fill those needs that you have. But you have to delegate your time because as the business owner, you can't do everything. And I was doing that for a long time and I got really burnt out doing that. And you have to delegate your time. And it's really good to find people that are better than you at certain things. Like when I'm interviewing somebody, I'm looking for, do they meet our core values that we have in the firm? Do they have leadership skills? You want somebody that's better than you because they're going to elevate your team. So that's, really, really important, just surrounding yourself with good people, and not only in your business, but at home. So I want to talk about work-life balance for a little bit because that's really important. As Deborah was saying earlier, I have 4 kids. That range from 13-year-old to 2-year-old. So, balancing, being a mom and a wife, having your own business, it gives you the freedom to make your own schedule. So in a lot of ways, I get to spend more time with my kids, but at the same time, being a business owner, I'm pretty much on call 24 hours a day. There's not really a day off. I put in a lot more hours. My employees don't even know necessarily how much I have to do behind the scenes. But, work-life balance is really important. So you have to make that special time for yourself. Like for me, for example, I got up at 7 o'clock this morning to go to the gym. Like if I can't get my workout in, that's just something I've got to do for myself. So does anybody do anything in the room that for work-life balance that they want to share? Alexis?
I'm not very good at it. I will say, someone said this earlier, so something that I try to do, I think I mentioned this earlier, I'm in the financial industry. Banking is just, there's a lot going on in the banking industry right now. So it doesn't matter where you are, if you're working for any banking institution right now, your life's a little crazy from a work perspective. However, I have 2 beautiful young girls at home, and I know I'm not going to be able to hit that sweet spot right now, but I try to draw a line to say when I'm home with my girls, I'm 100% with my girls. And I give them my undivided attention, and it's really hard for me to turn that mental clock off. It's something that I work on constantly because I, like you, feel like I'm also on call 24 hours a day, and I'm not the business owner.
Yeah.
But I try to be 100% present in whatever I'm doing, and that's the balance I can find right now. And I also try to remind myself everything's a phase, so nothing is forever. And periods of my career have kind of gone like this, and I'm in a peak right now, but it will calm down, and it all balances out.
Yeah. So do you do anything for yourself? What about for you?
I will say I have made a good habit recently of self-care in the form of I make it a point every month to get a blowout, get my hair done, get my nails done, and Daddy's on duty, and the nail people always like to say, "Where are the kids?" They're with Dad. Mom can get her nails done. And so it's really easy as a mom to not have time and say, oh, I don't really have time to do that. Oh, my nails are run down. But you guys can see I got my nails done for the event. I was like, I'm going to have my self-care. And I feel good. It makes me feel good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got to do that. Anybody else want to share anything? Yeah.
Hold on, I'm coming to you with the microphone.
Oh. Oh, she's got another microphone coming right here behind you.
Actually, I want to do a plug for Jesse's business that was here earlier. Every Friday afternoon, I go up to Freedom Lake Norman and do the cold plunge, the hot, the sauna, the red lights. I started doing that in April. I went in there for an event and said, oh, this is great. You know, how much does this cost if you, came every once in a while? Jessie was actually sitting there and she heard me say that to the other girl and she turned around and she looked at me and said, no, you need to do it consistently. But she didn't do it in a mean way, but she said that and I thought, oh, it's too far. I can't do this, consistently. By that next Friday, I was back in there and have only missed, I think, 2 Fridays since April. That's one thing I do for myself is taking that time every week just for the rest and recovery.
Yeah, that's really good. How long is the treatment, or how long are you there?
Her facility is actually up in Shoals Ford, and I'm in Huntersville, so it's about, best case is 35 minutes, it's 45 otherwise. So since I only get up there once a week, I do everything that they have, and I'm there probably pushing 3 hours.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Good for you. Good for you. And the reason the work-life balance is so important, this is something I hear a lot, when I tell people, oh, I own a business, and I'm a pretty humble person. I don't like to put out there things about me, but, when I talk about my business and, oh, I've got 4 kids, people are always like, how do you do it? I don't know. How do you do that? Oh, my God, you have 4? Like, they gasp. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I'm crazy, I guess, but, I always tell people, like, women are we have superpowers, right? Like, and not to get biblical, but like we have children for a reason, right? I mean, we're amazing. We are amazing. So, I always like to joke about my husband, like, he gets a cold and it's like the end of the world. I've had 4 children surgically removed from myself, so you're gonna be okay. But, women, we all have superpowers. Our superpower is being women. And I think being a woman and a business owner, for me, it connects really great because, we're great at multitasking. I mean, I think women are probably better business owners than a lot of men, but we just haven't been taught to think that. But, I just want to empower all of you and remind you that you're all superwomen. And so we have a t-shirt for you today that says Superwoman with our little logo. So that's our little gift to you guys. So just remind yourself that you're all superwomen and you all have a superpower. And you can go out and do great things in the world. Thank you.
So we are going to do a little bit of Q&A, Anna, if you would like.
Do I go back up?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. These speakers are trying to get off the stage, guys. Okay. All right, who has a question, or does anyone have a question, especially about being a small business owner?
Anna, you are something.
Thank you.
As a business person, mother, lawyer, what about childcare and your clients? You probably represent a lot of single mothers. There's a lot of talk about the expense of childcare in this country in the current election cycle, lack of childcare subsidies, etc. What do you see from your perspective with families and childcare?
You mean, what do I see clients struggling with? Costs,
the struggles, what would help them? How do you see the situation?
So a lot of our clients, it's what makes divorce so hard is you're taking 2 households and dividing them in 2. So it doesn't mean that there's more money to go around. You're just taking the pot of money that you already had and splitting it up. So, one of the things that I talk to clients about is, how do you have family support? Like, do you have a support system here? Because that is honestly, I think, what most of my clients rely on is family support. And then also, I tell people you kind of need to live near your opposing, your spouse, just for purposes of like shared custody and things like that. I mean, you can't live an hour away and have kids in school. So logistically, you've got to be somewhat close to, your partner, ex-partner. And, I didn't really talk about this, but the way that I've designed the practice and the way that everybody practices law at the firm is we're, put the client first, the families first, being a child of divorce, you know, I know how bad it can be, and so we try to do the opposite for clients. Like, we're putting the families first. We really want to educate our clients and not treat them just like a number, or, you know, because family law is really expensive, and attorneys, we make more money if everybody hates each other and we're going to court and all this stuff, but that's not how we practice. I mean, we educate our clients. Going to court is usually not the best option. I mean, a judge is going to come in and read your file for 20 minutes and make a decision about your kids and your finances that you spent your entire life building. So if you can have some control over that process, you know, like I'm a mediator actually, like a certified mediator. I've actually never mediated because I haven't had time, but we encourage mediation for clients. Or, you know, I tell people the more you get along with your spouse, the easier this is going to go. So let's try to do that. And a lot of times, you know, I'll even recommend clients sometimes, like, hey, have you tried a therapist? Like, I tell people I'm a divorce attorney, I'm not an advocate for divorce. If you can reconcile, if you can save your marriage, you should. Getting divorced is really hard. So there's a lot of attorneys out there that will take advantage of people, especially if they see that one party makes a lot of money. They're going to say, we need to go file a lawsuit right now, because they know they're going to make money off of that client, and they're going to be able to pay them, because it's all about billable hours, and that's how we make money. But we don't treat people like that. So that's kind of the message that I try to put out. We have a video on our website where I talk about that, and my sister works for me too, so we're a family business. She's a divorce attorney as well. She talks about that on the video too. So that's sort of the way that we practice and, you know, try to treat our clients. So yeah, that was a really long answer to that simple question, but I felt like I wanted to talk about that. So anyways, and for those of you who don't know that, I like to tell people about that, because if you are having a marital issue and you're thinking about contacting a divorce attorney, or maybe you've Googled somebody, or maybe you've had an appointment with somebody, please don't let somebody encourage you into filing a lawsuit or doing something that maybe you don't need to do. So
We have time for one more question. Anybody else? One more.
Her name is Blood, but she's not really out for blood, right?
No.
Thank you, Anna Blood.
Yeah, thank you.
It was amazing.
And thank you to Deborah. Thank you to Deborah.
You did so good, girl.
I kind of like livening up a little bit.
Woo, what a day. How many of you are ready to pack it up? I want to say none of this would be possible without all the amazing people that we had that inspired, that marketed, that really came together, because I knew that it was an important moment for us. We knew that together we wanted to do something amazing and change people's lives. But I didn't know how many people would come together to help us, and that how meaningful it was. So I hope you enjoyed the program. And Valerie's going to say a few things, but I'll start and then I'll let you go, because, you know, I like to talk. I want to thank our crew from Greenville that drove all the way from Greenville, South Carolina. Hurricane could not stop them. Some amazing friends over here from Winston-Salem. My neighbors that came, Kathy, that helped us last night put this show on the road, working diligently, and actually bought a ticket. No, thank you, Kathy. The amazing Criswell crew staff. Woo! I love you so much, so much. My daughter and daughter-in-law. Thank you, Alexis, for that fabulous introduction. You are chip off the old block, I might say. Katie, thank you for always being the support. They too were the first ones to actually buy tickets. My old neighbors. Oh my gosh, my old neighbors, Maria and Gail. Mwah, mwah, much love to you. Our friends from the Bazaars right here at this table. Woo, love it. Love the support. Julia, social media, guru, all those cool images, all the fun content that she put out. The amazing love of my life, John Nichols, thank you for your support. Can I say, Kelly, these balloons are off the chain. She worked hard as we did last night, right?
She was here with us very late,
yes.
yes.
Armin for some great catering for the morning crew, the Flowers by Flower Diva, and my most amazing partner, Valerie.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Deborah. This was amazing. Thank you all for coming out after the day after the hurricane. Thank you for little secret. I'm sure it wasn't a secret. We did not have air conditioning today because of the power. So you all made it through the entire day. So thank you so much for that. And so we also just want to thank all the women, like Deborah said, that came together. This was a labor of love. Everything from the logo to the social media, to all of you coming out. I mean, this was just a bunch of amazing women coming together to uplift and empower others. And so I know that a lot of you faced obstacles to come out here, and I really, really just appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I thank my friends and family. I was a nervous wreck this morning. My husband. I was just really hoping that this would turn out good, and I think that it touched the hearts that we needed to touch. So thank you so much, and I hope everybody has a safe trip home, and please visit a few of our vendors before you leave, and we will see you
next year.
Next year.
Oh, and you always forget about those people that you want to say thank you. My amazing director and camera and producer from the Deborah Kennedy Show, Jim McJunkin. Woo! To the amazing speakers who made all of this possible. Yes, Miss Kathy? Fabulous.
Ooh, that
Alexis,
would be
I was going
nice.
to tell you take two. Everybody grab those on the way out. We're going to give out flowers on the way out to certain people for asking questions for some of the sponsors, but stop by, say hello to the sponsors as you exit.
And then, too, thank you to Wes back there that did all the sound today. Yes.
So in closing, I want to say raise your hand if something today, one of the speakers, one of the moments, one of the words made a difference in your life. Amen. We did it. We can close the door. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you next year.